how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
Why, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older.
Hello, hi. Lost my sense of time. I've been sleeping a lot. So, apologies for starting the stream 15 minutes later than scheduled, but I suppose that's the usual. It was something one must expect. I'm glad you're thinking about it, because that's kind of the point of the intro. I wonder how many, because I'm sure no one's really ever like really thinking about it. The stream intro that I do, but it's there every stream, and I was just wondering, at some point someone has to be exposed to it enough that it forces them to consider what the point of that is. Like, why did Charis Euphranor put that there? That's very strange. Why is it not just the starting screen where there's like, it's a nice illustration of the anime avatar, you know, perhaps doing something cute? Why did he choose this strange old film, black and white? Is it perhaps because it is free from copyright because of how old it is? Perhaps that might be one very important reason. But there were many things to choose from. Why this one? You may think about it in your leisure time. Good that someone's finally actually thinking about that. Cute and quirky, like you've got to wait for stream to start with your leisure time. Yeah, it's a bit of that too. Yeah, there's many reasons. There's never like just one reason for something. When I do something, there's like at least 5 reasons to do it, because otherwise how will I get the motivation to do it, right? That's something I kind of need. I can't really just do things. I have to, like, there has to be such a strong force compelling me to do it that I'm like, well, I have to do it now. Not in the sense of like responsibility for, you know, for anyone else or for any other purpose, although that can be a part of it, but just like the overwhelming amount of like reasons to do something usually gets me to do it. Anyways, that, and also you just read the description. I write nobody does this, I believe. I don't know of anyone that VTubes that writes a description for every stream, because it doesn't make sense to describe something that hasn't happened yet, right? Like, people don't even write descriptions for their video uploads, which are contrary to live streams, something that's already happened, completely edited. just, you know, already out there in the world, or will be out there in the world. And so the description to explain what it is in briefer terms perhaps helps the audience filter and see what the hell's going on, or know what to anticipate and wait for. But you know, writing a description for a stream is strange because it hasn't happened yet. That's one. Two, because the frequency of you streaming makes it so that it's just so much hard work. Because, you know, if you're streaming 3 times a week, you gotta write 3 descriptions, and you can't write and so usually people just copy and paste the same description. And I think that makes sense. That's probably the most sensible, logical thing to do, right? Is to just have a default set description of rules, and perhaps a little joke, a little wink and a nod, you know, in there. Excuse me. I may or may not have just woken up. Anyways, that's usually what people do. And so for someone to write a different description for every live stream they ever do is such a strange thing. Not yet encountered, because, you know, like, you have to what is the point? It seems rather pointless. It seems like, you know, what you should focus on is the stream itself and perhaps the thumbnail and title, because that's the winning combo. But you know, it's a little silly, but I do find a lot of joy writing the descriptions. I think I'm a little happier to know that someone's reading them, but I write them for my own pleasure, and I really do enjoy it. It's just something silly to do, but also it's like, it gets the brain going. It gets me thinking about what the stream will be, and just in doing that very briefly, it helps me sort of prepare mentally for it. What the tone will be, what I anticipate will happen, and of course that can be wildly different. It can spiral out of control. It can, but it's interesting to see how right I am, how often I'm right, and to also kind of train my ability to write quickly, because I don't write quickly very well. I can write somewhat fairly competently, but I take a long time to do it because I just don't. There's no push, right? But perhaps having to have a description for everything is that push I needed. And I certainly don't care to put rules or, like, you know, other things in that probably bigger number of people need to, because they have to worry about crowd control. I don't, because I'm streaming to like 2-3 people most of the time. It is what it is. I don't know how many people there are, actually. I've stopped looking at the concurrent. I stopped a while ago looking at like how many concurrent people there are. I just don't think it mattered, because it's not like I would change my behavior accordingly. It would just make me more conscious of something that doesn't hold any bearing, because people watch the VODs too. So it's like, it's not like I truly have a grasp on how many people a certain live stream is reaching. It doesn't matter either, or it matters to some extent, but not enough to drastically change what I was going in set to do. Where's Parrot? I asked him to speak a little today. I don't know where he is. But anyways, Parrot was supposed to read the first few chat messages is all, but that's fine, I can do it as well. Machinations of the mind, if multifaceted and complex.
Parrot is in naughty jail from papers, please still.
That you read, yeah. Naughty jail from papers, please. Goodness, what a stream that was.
Oh, NVM.
He's back. He's fine. He's feeling it. He's finally feeling it.
Hello, Charis. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Just subscribed.
Hello. Oh, hello.
It is currently midnight for me.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance as well.
I never had to sleep anyway. I thrive off of Euphranor's soothing voice.
Thank you. You can sleep to something else, I'm sure. Please sleep. Sleeping is good. Where's the descriptions with corporates like to sneak something silly under all the necessary stuff. They're funny people. I haven't. Maybe I need more faith in the corpo people because I haven't
Thank
found
you for having me,
funny corpo
even though I'm
descriptions.
autistic and don't deserve it.
Now that's not. Now that's just not true, is it? Why does being autistic mean you don't deserve being had?
You do deserve it, new subscriber.
Makes no sense, right? Unless you know, don't swallow up all the slop that, you know, perhaps ignorant people are parroting, if that may be the case. Right? I will say, I want to be a little more serious about it. I know there's a bit of it that's sort of just a, you know, moping, public moping. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Well, or perhaps rather, I'm quite tolerant of it. I think maybe some of the people, the VTubers aren't, but I am. But generally when one says, you know, I am this and therefore I don't deserve it. Well, first of all, if we've learned anything from CBT, from the last stream, that CBT stands for cognitive behavioral therapy. That's what it stands for, and it's the only thing it stands for, by the way. That is a bit of labeling you're doing, right? Because you're not just whatever, perhaps mental diagnosis. That's first off, and second of all,
Skylar, I'm
even
like
if
the
you
ADHD queen. Treat yourself with more respect. We deserve nice things.
Yes,
Let's
exactly.
bully librarian together. Laughing face.
God. Oh, Parrot, you're doing that thing again, aren't you? But it's kind of I will say it is something people are often concerned about, and that I can without disclosing too much. Hold on, Parrot, stop talking for a second. Let me just form my thoughts on how to respond to this. Without disclosing too much detail, it's something I think about a lot as well. This type of thing, neurodivergency, I guess, to sum it up. And from my years of thinking about it and reading into it, researching it, meditating on the concepts, among other things. It's not the only thing I meditate on, but, you know, among other things, it is the conclusions I've come to about it are reflected, I like to think, are reflected through my actions. And so if you at all feel the same, perhaps, hostility, or anticipate the same amount, same type and amount of hostility from perhaps other less tolerant, more ignorant people with a little less sympathy to spare, which I also do spare sympathy for, those people, then hey, you're happily, I can assure you that you're wrong, because this is a space, a channel that is very much very thoughtful, and one of the things to be thought of is maybe some of my librarian friends might describe as a radical egalitarianism. Many words, many syllables. They don't mean anything. Don't worry. But just the acceptance of people as people is something. Kindness is extraordinarily difficult, and I pride myself in being able to be kind. If that makes a bit more sense. Maybe perhaps that's the way I should put it. Yes. Kindness is much more difficult than, you know, easy, simple rejection, and I pie for the difficult. Not everything that's difficult is worth doing, but everything that's worth doing is somewhat difficult. Yes. Any other thoughts? Euphranor, spill it quick. Yeah, don't worry about it. Is what I'll say. I think there comes some sort of social inadequacy with these neurodivergencies often, and that makes us feel sort of helpless, hopeless. And when that's the case, just remember that you're not the only one that's neurodivergent. In fact, neurodivergency is quite common, funnily enough. Interestingly enough, neurodivergency is more common than, I think it's like there are more neurodivergent people than there are people who aren't neurotypical, which is very funny to me. I find it hilarious how that's the case. There are many people who point fingers at certain things. None of it matters that much to me, other than the fact that it just solidifies the concept that people are different and difficult. All of them, including you and I, are different and difficult, and part of the beauties of engaging with each other in whatever form really is that we overcome that difficulty, right? There is a difficulty to overcome. If it was so easy, if it was just so easy all the time, I don't even know if it'd be worth doing. But it's difficult, and that's why it's worth it. Perhaps that might help you. I don't know. But yeah, all your life you feel less than human due to your autism. Yeah, it is. That is something. That is a sentiment I've heard. And it's one that I hope can be disproven not by my words but by my actions. Simply. Because words are very easy. You just say like, oh no, everyone's accepted, it's all good, and then your bottom line hits you and you go, oh, actually not everyone's accepted. Oh, there's exceptions, right? It's very easy to say shit is what I'm trying to say. Saying shit is so easy. Oh man, it's so easy to make things up. It's so easy to talk bullshit, say whatever needs to be heard, follow the phrases, the templates, the allocated apology texts, the precise choice of words needed to make people feel a certain way is incredibly easy. You know what's harder though? What's harder is living through those words. That's a lot harder. That's what I intend to do. Yeah. Okay, that's all my yapping. University is like 15-20% of the population. Never mind, I'm mistaken. I thought it was higher. But yeah, there's like a lot of people. There's a lot of people. This is a therapy stream. I wouldn't, or rather, it's a stream themed around therapy because we're playing Vampire Therapist. And so I must be mindful and careful to caution that. First of all, I'm not a therapist. Second of all, this is not a therapy session. This is like a mock therapy session with vampires, immortal vampires, which is very fun and interesting. It's presented in this light novel, and it's a bit lighthearted in its tone, but nonetheless very enjoyable, and I think so far very worthwhile. So if you have questions or like things to say that sort of are perhaps things you wanted to say in a therapy session, while I don't discourage any sort of speech, I don't ever discourage anyone from saying anything, because I think, like if you say something and it's good, you said it, and if it's not, learn from it, try again. But if you're tempted to sort of say things that you would otherwise in a therapy session, what you can try to do is hold on to that and try to and maybe just observe what's going on here, and if it seems as though there's something in there that might help you, seek real therapy. That's all I can say, right? Because I'm not a therapist. I'm not really. I'm fairly acquainted with people who are fairly acquainted with therapy, but I myself am not, and so I can't say certain what I say counts at all as therapy. Beyond just the simple, perhaps overly bludgeoned statement that therapy is important and good and people should try it. But anyways, that's enough of my therapy chatting. I see you a lot are having a session conversation yourselves. That's great. It's nice. I'm a VTuber, so it makes sense that I like anime, I suppose. I mean, it'd be very difficult to be a VTuber and hate, you know, despise the anime. Anything about anime, that would be a little difficult. It'd be funny if that was the case, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but no, I do. As to like favorites, preferences, if you want to know more about me, I have a debut stream. I have an edit of a debut stream on my YouTube, on my channel. You can click into that and just see. Perhaps a lot of your questions could be answered there. I had another person come in the other day with a bunch of questions that I appreciated it as well, but and I won't refuse the answer, but I will say if you want it more efficiently, and you know you don't want to wait for me to go through 5 cutscenes or like 5 scenes in a game to do that. I have not launched the game yet. I just realized. Oh my goodness. Then it might be helpful to just go there. It might be prudent to seek a different source for to familiarize yourself with the Charis Euphranor lore, all of it. I've been talking for 30 minutes. You like Radiohead or the Smiths? I know that one song from Radiohead, Creep, and I knew it because, bear with me, okay? I knew it because a lot of my music comes from my media choices, and I watched and I really enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and the beginning scene, they use that song. And I think I've heard that song before, but then when they use it in the scene, I was like, damn, I really like this now. That's the extent of how much I know of them. I'm assuming Aerosmith, right? Or the Smiths. Is that a different thing? I don't know. I'm not very musical. That's the only thing I know. Not calling you a male, but it just seems like, I think it could be possible, and I think you should keep that in mind. I think you should never just take my goodwill at face value, on surface like value. You should always be skeptical of what I'm saying, just as much as you are skeptical of what other people say, because it's very easy to say the right things. It's so easy to say. It's so easy to say the right things. It's much harder and it's much easier to believe someone saying the right things than it is to actually witness them doing the right things. And I think it's important to just actually focus on that. Yeah, I think that's the last thing I'll say on that. But it was important to address. It's an important thing to say, and I think it's a good preface to a therapy session with fictional gay vampires. Shit. One moment. Nobody heard that. Not a threat unless to listen unless it makes it more appealing. I have I'm slowly trudging through, or not trudging really, but I'm slowly kind of making my rounds and ways through musical enjoyment, because it's not something I've spent. I realize it's not something that I've not something I've done enough of, like appreciate music. I haven't done enough of it, is what I was trying to say, and so I would like to do that. And there we go, I can set that. Okay, brilliant. God, I just feel like I'm 16. But yeah, I don't think it's something to rush either. I'm not pressured to like charge through and fill myself with all the classic musical goodness. It's there, it's waiting for me. I've listened to some of it. I've really enjoyed it. The most recent album I've listened to in full is the Bruno Mars one with Silk Sonic. An Evening with Silk Sonic, I believe, is the album. Wonderful album. Oh, oof, phenomenal. I heard for a while ago. I heard them and I enjoyed the single from it, "Smoking Out the Window," but I never actually listened to the full album, and so I finally have had that opportunity to. Nothing much to say about it, in that beyond just the fact that Bruno is so interesting as a musician to me because he's very pop. He's got such a pop appeal, but all of my my connoisseur friends, people around me who are also very like elitist and gatekeepy about music, they all kind of agree that although he's like the only redeemable pop artist whose music is actually pretty good, even though it's like pop. And I think the Silk Sonic album is the most sonically interesting album out of everything he's done before. That's what I'll say. I don't. I'm borrowing the words from like music critics. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just borrowing words from critics. But that's how I felt about it. That's the last thing I said. I gotta stop. Okay, it's been 30 minutes. Okay, Charis Euphranor, you're here to stream a video game. Play the video game. Okay. God. I have to listen to TPAB still since the online stream. Yes. Yes, it's great. Charis being clumsy, a fun theory. Last you listened to was You're Awful, I Love You by Ludo, which is like perfectly okay. Let's do it because I only like 2 of the songs. Okay. Should we get to the subject, the stream at the 1 minute mark? No, I'm streaming now. I just need to, as I've forgotten to launch the game. Shit. Welcome back, Tara. Yes. Yes. I'm doing the thing now. You know, the dev responded to me. I'm very happy about it. The dev of Little Bat Games. Okay. Okay. Audio should be okay. It should all be fine. It was set up last time. Tell me if it's a bit too loud or quiet. Little fun fact about Little Bat Games, the developer of this game. I don't know if I've mentioned already, but I've since been able to clarify the information of. It was created by one... Shit, what's his name? What was his name? Goodness, I forgot. By one Cyrus, I forgot what his last name is. The director for Little Bat Games, the main creator of this game, Vampire Therapist. He is, from what I know, the voice of several characters from the Hades franchise video game, including Dionysus and Theseus. And here he voices characters like Andromachos, and I believe he's Andromachos, right? And also Drafen, the guy that's like the annoying British guy. he voices the scientist. And he responded to me on Twitter. I didn't even, I tweeted about how I liked the game as and I'll come very clean, right? It was an excuse to just post the art that our team did. That was my excuse. I just wanted to post it. I just wanted people to see it, you know, because it was so cool. So I did that. And then he responded. I didn't even, you know, I didn't add him. I didn't use any of the hashtags. I was just tweeting about the game. I said something silly about how I wish Vampire Therapist is so cool. I wish therapists were a real thing. And he responded. It was great. I was glad that I was enjoying it, which I'm sure he meant. I'm sure he doesn't know who I am and how I enjoyed it, but I'm sure he meant nonetheless as a creator. And I understand the joy one feels when your thing is being enjoyed. So like something you create is being enjoyed. So great. It's amazing. It also speaks to how criminally unpopular this game is right now, because if this game was more popular, I'm sure the dev wouldn't be responding to some guy on Twitter with like 60 followers or something. I'm sure he wouldn't be if the game had any modicum of like large fan base and success, which I think is a travesty because the game is really good and it deserves more success than it has right now. He's not going to hear these words. I'm not trying to butter him up because he's not going to watch this live stream. These are just my thoughts. But yeah, like small indie dev teams going on Twitter to personally express gratitude for people playing their game. Very cool. Again, even more reason to support them, right? Than like, you know, the average AAA swap that comes out. Euphranor, would you care to shed some of your light on the subject of the propaganda model by Chomsky? Not in this stream, but maybe sometime in the future. Because I'm not equipped to talk about it yet. I'm only somewhat vaguely familiar with the outlines of it. I can't even... it would be irresponsible for me to start talking about something I don't understand, and that's one of those things. But give me a few days and come back with an answer. Sitting on the roof, stealing the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Okay, understandable. Charis Truesdale from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Yep, exactly. That's who's coming to therapy today. Knowing British guy is not specific enough. Knowing British vampire from the game Vampire Therapist. Devs reach out to you after you tweeted about death and taxes. That's pretty cool. I think, yeah, small indie devs, like, will scour the internet in their time to like look at what people think about their game. I think that just makes sense, right? Because that's just like the direct feedback you get. Makes sense that that's what they're doing, going around looking for people's opinions of their game because they want to improve their game. It's all they care about, right? So makes sense. Okay, stop talking, Charis. Euphranor, stop. Oh my goodness. We're here to continue Vampire Therapist. It's a real therapy session? No. Is it real CBT? No. You will not be witnessing real CBT today. But it will be like a fictionalized representation of it, which would be cool. Okay. Or maybe, yeah, maybe not stop talking, but I should play the game. We are Sam. We're Sam, an American cowboy who's turned into a vampire. Yes, we are Sam. What's his last name? Wilson? No. Is it? Sam Walls, not Wills. Walls. Private property do not read. Reward if found. Cowboybloodsucker@gmail.com. That's his email address. So we got a list of clients, right? Client record. Oh, and then we got the Oh, it just skips to the, okay. So there's, uh-oh, hold on, go back. No, go back into it. Found this little notebook and figured it'd help me take it with me to Europe, organize my thoughts, and separate it into sections. We already know what the distortions are. I could review them quickly, but I think it's better to just review them through the game. The clients, I remember very vividly. It's Isabella and Dreyfus, the guy. Drain, not Dreyfus. I don't know why I said Dreyfus. Drain. Dr. Drain. And Isabella de Este. My journal. Let's read the journal just to catch up on everything that's going on. March is the beginning of it. Okay. March 14, 2024. It's been about a week since I boarded the masked monster of the seas cruise ship, and I gotta say, I feel finer than frog hair. People here eating and screwing like there's no tomorrow, and on account of that fact that we're in the middle of the ocean, I've drank from more necks last week than I can count. Since the ship's open all night, I rode our water slide for the first time in my life. People were laughing at me for saying yeehaw, but what else do you say to an experience like that? I ended in Rotterdam the other day, in Amsterdam, and now arranging transportation for my coffee. Did some vampire sightseeing. Apparently, this place has been accepting of heathens like us for a long time. Went to a vampire coffee shop. They funneled in the stoners from upstairs to a secret club, and everyone had themselves a grand old time. Gave me the munchies, something fierce. I could go for some blood chips, extra sodium if you please. Riding from Berlin today, head to Leipzig tomorrow night, but figured I should check things out here. We got a club here where people are up all night doing all kinds of kinky stuff. Pushing a quarter of a millennium in years, but these folk could give me some lessons, and did. Met some fine folk too. Apparently they got a nice art scene here. There's even local funding for a video game development. Ain't this some kind of world? I can't believe people are still playing Star Invaders and whatnot. I like it here. I don't even have to speak German. Ew, what a day. Made it to Andy's Club in Leipzig. Folks are real nice here. A couple of guys are real friendly. They've got a darn tootin' bartender and even a friendly greeter. He don't talk too much, but I can tell he's an introspective sort. Now Andy, that's one hell of a vampire. He's got his presence. You can tell he's 3000 and it's freaky as heck. He makes you feel at home. Naked. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, and I went to a kink room. Yeah, Sandwall's kink room. My big brother would have gotten a kick out of that one. I ain't gonna write about it here. I should get some sleep in this fancy coffin Andy lent me anyway. Learned some more therapy stuff today. It's April 12th. Learned some more therapy stuff today. Figured I've been doing a lot of this disqualifying the positive thing. Feel like I've gotta be humble after the shit I pulled back when I was a bastard, but maybe that's just the shame talk. Andy says I'm ready to start seeing clients now that I've got my head wrapped around this whole cognitive distortion thing. Can't believe it's all happening so fast. Went for a nice walk, exploring Leipzig. There's a music school here, and the kids are always performing stuff. Tried asking for Oh Susanna, but kids today don't appreciate good music. Dang kids with their CD-ROM music. The wax cylinder was fine. Ain't nothing more to read. Alright, that's what's happened so far. Naked cognitive behavioral therapy. I don't think that's what that said. Tell me again, I can find anyone. Alright. That's what we've caught up on. That's roughly what I remembered as well. We can continue.
Hey, cowboy. Why the long face?
Oh, the voice is very low. Music is very loud. Why is it so?
I used to say the same thing to my princess.
Is the voice okay? It's a little soft for me. I know it's because of the music, but still. It's very strange. I don't know why it sounds like that. It could be, yeah.
Your daughter.
My horse, actually. She never really understood the joke, but I still like telling it to her.
Why isn't this working? Uh-oh. Concerning. One moment. Let me just restart the game, maybe that'll help. Sorry, it's kind of weird. Huh. Why does it feel like there's no difference when I'm sliding the music volume? That's just stupid. It's either that or I'm too old and I have a hearing problem. I think that could be the case too. Let's come back here. God, it's so loud.
Hey, cowboy. Why the long face?
Okay, it seems about right now. It seems about right now.
I used to say the same thing to my princess.
The club music is supposed to be very loud. I do think it could be softer if I'm adjusting the volume like this and it's still a little overbearing, but you know, it is what it is.
Your daughter.
My horse, actually. She never really understood the joke, but I still like telling it to her.
You didn't answer my question, gunslinger. What's got you down?
Oh, I just finished up with my second client. She gave me a tongue lashing to remember her by.
Tongue lashing, yep. That's a choice of words
You ever
indeed.
talk to someone who's so educated and refined that they make you feel like a space alien?
All the time. That's part of the whole experience.
Only everyone I ever met in law school. At least until I learned to speak their language.
You're a lawyer?
Was, and no, I wasn't the blood-sucking kind before you start with the vampire jokes. Just a wide-eyed DC do-gooder. But I get what you're talking about. People can use language like a membership card. You don't speak the lingo, you don't get in.
Yeah.
Well, that's just what I mean. I just ain't sure I've got the lingo for a 500-year-old high society Renaissance woman.
Well, how do you think your session went? Think she heard you?
Okay, I appreciate the music. I really do. I think the music is like fun. And I understand the point of the environment. But if I do 1% of the volume and I still can barely hear the voice, I think there's something that's a little that could be adjusted better. Either that or something's wrong with my PC. I think it's more likely that something's wrong with my PC. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I think she
Well, she did say that I'd given her some stuff to think about. And to tell the truth, she seemed kind of embarrassed about that.
So what? If she heard you, I'd take the W, cowboy.
Take the W. What, the wagon?
The wagon? That's what the W stands for.
The win, Gramps. Maybe she isn't gonna relate to you, but that doesn't mean she can't hear you.
He's too young for Isabella and too old for Crimson.
You're probably right. I guess I'll take the W. And while you're at it, I'll take some B too. That's blood, see?
What are you in the mood for? Men? Women? Something a little more off the beaten path?
I think I'll have some takeaway tonight. What have you got?
Here, try this. Should put some color in those cheeks.
You really ain't squeamish, huh, Crimson?
Nah, healthy blood never hurt anyone. I've been hanging around vampires for 20 years, and they aren't so scary.
Not even Bert?
What, that old pointy-eared teddy bear? He's a total sweetheart, unless someone gets aggressive or touchy with the customers.
What does he do then?
They get a stern warning.
And if they don't listen?
Why, then he eats them.
Oh, all right. Yeah, as you do.
Maybe he is a teddy bear. I met Teddy Roosevelt back in the night, and I'm pretty sure he would have done the same thing. Speaking of which, I got a thirst something fierce. I think I'll head back to my coffin for a little rest. But you have a good night, Crimson.
You too, Sam. Don't let the Draculas bite.
Time to crack open a warm one. That's the good stuff. Now, maybe I can find a quote from one of my favorite books that'll help give me a little inspiration. Or I could watch the Three Stooges hit each other a whole bunch. Or I could just go to sleep. What's it going to be, Sammy boy?
Three Stooges.
I never get tired of these jokesters.
I think I can get away with using this as a stream start. Yeah, I think I could. How old is the Three Stooges? I think I could.
You sons pay attention to open that answer is true? I do.
What is your name?
Gail Tempest.
What is your occupation?
I'm a dancer.
On the night of February the 13th, were you working at the Black Bottom Cafe when this murder was committed?
Yes, but I didn't do it.
Then who killed Kirk Robin?
I don't know.
Didn't you kill Kirk Robin?
I object, Your Honor, and ask that the last question be stricken from the records. It is merely an attempt to influence this intelligent, broad-minded, and most intellectual jury.
I don't know.
Objection sustained. Thank you, Your Honor.
I suppose it was sustained.
That is all.
Quiet, Polly. If it please
Ain't
the
that
court, Your Honor,
relatable?
at this time I would like to introduce my three main witnesses, Howard, Fine, and Howard.
Are they the Three Stooges? Where are they? Where are the witnesses?
Will you pardon me, Your Honor? I'll be right back.
It probably is public domain. That's how they could get away with putting it in the game. Which means I can get away with reacting to it on stream as content. Are they playing dice?
What's
No.
the idea of spoiling the game?
I was for onesies.
Well, here's twosies.
He was for onesies. You get him to...
Here's fivesies.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, don't you realize Miss Gail Tempest's life is at stake?
Oh,
Oh, goodness. Clumsy landing.
Gentlemen, please try to be a little more quiet in the court.
Certainly, Judgy. The gate is locked.
Will you please step forward? No, no, no. Prepare yourself for the witness.
Testify. Yes, please. Don't do that. No. Her life is at stake here.
Take off your hat. Now raise your right hand. Now place your left hand here. Take off your hat. Raise your right hand.
Now put your left hand here. Please take off your hat. Raise your right hand. Now put your left hand here. Will you please take off your hat? Raise your right hand. Now put your left hand here. Take off your hat. Raise your right hand. Will you get rid of that hat? Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Huh? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Are you trying to give me the double talk?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Why don't you answer him?
He's talking pig Latin. I don't know what he's saying.
He's asking you if you swear...
No, but I know all the words.
He's asking you if you'll swear to tell the truth.
Truth is stranger than fiction, Judgy Wudgy.
That's nothing to do with it. Then aren't you willing to tell it?
Kindly address this court as your honor, and take the oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Certainly. What have I got to lose?
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I don't think.
Where did I put it?
I don't think this is enjoyable for everyone else.
No, take the stand.
I got it. Now what'll I do with it?
Oh, you can like keep. Get down.
I can't help but feel there's some symbolism to the part where Curly gets his head crushed in a vice.
He does? Oh, goodness. Spoilers. Oh well.
All right, that's enough for one night. Time for some rest. I hope my next client will be a little easier.
Let's get to the actual clients and the therapy. I don't know how long I spent there, but let me tell you, I blinked. It passed. Oh, goodness. Sorry for my PC. Library PCs are not very adequate.
Samuel, good evening. I am glad to see you looking so fresh and well slept.
Is that what I look like? Well, it's good that that's what I look like on Tromajos.
Uh-oh, something tells me I'm in for it tonight.
The truth is seldom unseen by you, my friend. Tonight, you face perhaps one of the most difficult challenges a therapist can face. The fact that you may not be able to help everyone.
Yeah, I know. I've accepted that long ago.
I have failed to help clients with this particular disposition many times.
Hey, I'm new at this. You're nigh on 3,000 years old. If you can't help them, how can I?
It is not guaranteed that we can help every client. To think we are powerless to help any is a cognitive distortion itself. I believe you know it.
Yeah, all right. Control fallacy, I know.
Yes,
I can help
I still got it.
That's right. Here, take a look at this case file.
Yeah.
Theater feller, huh? I've known a few of them in my time. They can be a little, self-absorbed.
Edmund Kean was a highly influential Shakespearean stage actor during the Georgian period. He's credited with more personal interpretations of character as opposed to pantomime performances. He lived a tumultuous life on stage, dealing with alcoholism, sex scandals, and entitled behavior. He wishes to return to the stage, but expresses great anger at critics who might review him poorly. He demands respect as the greatest actor the world has ever seen. I don't like that all of the clients so far hit a little closer than they need to, but alright, whatever.
He's looking for therapy because people don't like him, it says?
He is one of the most revered actors in all of history.
So he might have a few cognitive distortions.
Everyone does.
A few. He may not recognize them, Samuel, but all you can do is present reality to him. He comes. Remember, I will give you whatever advice I can. Good luck, my friend.
That's it? I just get like a case file like 2 minutes before the client arrives? All right.
I hope I'm up to this.
What is this vampire I see before me?
You're one to talk. Have you looked at a mirror? Evidently not. Never mind.
I'm Sam Walls. I'm your new therapist.
Your dress, your bearing, your hat. You also are forgotten by time. Oh, how fortuitous. A kindred spirit, perhaps. A therapist should know pain, I say. Most excellent.
Most excellent indeed, sir.
Tarnation. Can't get a break with this here hat of mine.
No, no.
Why does he keep his hat on indoors?
Do not change a single thing. It gives me faith. Faith, my dear vampire, that you can help me.
I'm gonna do everything I can. I promise you that, amigo.
Do not do so lightly. Darkness dwells within my damned soul. You journey into my pain at your peril, and I cannot be your Virgil.
It can't be that big of a deal, Edmund. It really can't.
You're who now? Anyway, you wrote in your intake form that you're here because...
Virgil, you know. Dante's Circles of Hell or whatever. The whole thing. Mythos. The 9 Circles of Hell. It's a dramatic poem. It's an interpretation of what hell is like. I forgot what the exact title is, but that's what it's like. You just look that up. But you know, their names and mythos have been appropriated in the popular video game series Devil May Cry 5. You know that one? Or Devil May Cry, sorry, not 5 specifically. That's the one I played. Anyways. And you're here because no, I'm pretty sure he knows what he's about. And I think he understands his dressing room situation. Yeah, I think it's just he feels unappreciated.
Well, mortals don't appreciate you, you said.
Indeed, and I fear they cannot. They must die to appreciate life. As mortals, they cannot ask the immortal questions.
False. They mustn't die to appreciate life. That is not necessarily the case.
What is life for us who do not live? Why are we here? Why do we continue? What do we do when death has no meaning?
You should talk to Isabella.
And what a piece of work is Vampire! How noble in stature, how infinite in life!
I'll indulge him.
In form and moving, how express and admirable! In action, how like a demon! In apprehension, how like a bat! Ah, the beauty of the night!
The beauty of the night. I'm gonna continue
and yet,
indulging
to
him.
me, we are but the quintessence of dust.
Overindulge the actor. Okay, I'll cut it
All right,
off.
that's enough of that. Before we answer the question of why we're all here, why are you here? Well, that is, what exactly drove you to me, partner?
Oh, that. Well, a pustule of a theatre historian I recently seduced and killed sprang the seeds of doubt in mine corpus.
You killed him? And you're saying he's a hater? I mean, I don't see why that's surprising to you. Are you not familiar with the stage plays, Edmund, please?
He was writing a biography of the great Edmund Kean, and I thought mayhap that I would favor him with a secret or two. He said my acting style would now be considered archaic.
Yes, that may be true.
Though I drank him to the last,
Oh.
I fear his cruel barb was sharper than my fangs.
I don't think that is legal. I don't think you should have
This
done that.
embossed carbuncle of corrupted blood caused me to doubt myself. Are all men such fools? Will I ever find my audience again? Or did they die long, long ago?
You have an eternity to find out, Edmund.
Help me purge these mortal concerns from my mind, dear man.
We're always going to have doubts, compadre. That's normal. But I think I can help you see things a little differently. So, he said your acting's out of date. Why don't you just tell me why it bothered you so much?
I'm going to venture a guess and say that he really depends on an audience's approval to kind of establish his value in himself. I can actually turn the music a bit higher now. Oh my god, it's still so loud. Please, goodness, it's a therapist office. It's because that's where his value comes from, right? It's where he places himself.
Because it's simply not possible. Acting became a noble craft
Never mind.
entirely because of me. In truth, I am perfect.
It's not true.
Edmund states that he's perfect. Even in the most generous evaluation of his skill, is such a thing possible?
Is not labeling him? I mean, labeling us is a negative thing.
Possible. Acting became a noble craft entirely because of me. In truth, I am perfect.
Sorry, fella, I gotta stop you for a second there. You really saying you're perfect?
The weird thing about the Divine Comedy is that Dante was writing fanfic in his diary, Bible fanfic, kicking his feet in the air and then saying, and then Virgil said it was so cool. That's essentially what it is. It is religious fanfic, yes.
Oh, not at all. I'm not a narcissist. I believe I would find myself quite inept at, say, street cleaning or dishwashing.
Edmund, that is, you not at all. Did you just refute the...
But as far as acting is concerned, yes. If an actor be assessed, you would assess him on the scale of Edmund Kean.
Oh, come on. You ain't ever forgotten a line?
I suppose, on occasion, a line has left me due to circumstances beyond my control. But that is the fault of alcohol, not of Edmund Kean.
Edmund Kean, as opposed to the alcohol that is involuntarily injected
So in
into you?
those
What's
times
going
you were
on?
drinking, you might not have been perfect. And the acting world kept on turning.
Oh, come now. I was clearly exercising some dramatic license. It is not so black and white.
Indeed it is not.
Well, that's exactly what I was trying to say. But keep talking. We got some more stuff to sort out.
Oh, there are celebrated actors in these times, yes. But any success they have is due to my beating the path for them to follow.
No, it's not. He's disqualifying other people's positives. I don't think that's right.
This is a special client. Remember that his distortions can be about others, not just himself.
Oh, there are celebrated actors.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's what I was, okay, so it doesn't have to be okay.
Straight from you.
That's weird because I read certain bits of the other clients, thinking they were making these psychological behavior patterns. They were committing these patterns of action of thought in relation to how they view other people, not how they view themselves. But it was incorrect because it was supposed to be an assessment of themselves. But then this guy who's sort of a narcissist, I'm supposed to evaluate based on how he evaluates other people. Okay.
Of course, even the greatest among my art would have been consigned to obscurity had it not been for my advancements.
Every single one of them ain't had nothing of their own to give to the theater?
Well, I suppose one or two actors in the last 300 years have impressed me.
Well, don't you think they deserve their own success?
I suppose mortals are owed their 15 minutes of fame. One must have some pity for them. We are not monsters. But the actors of modern times, they are shallow, beggarly parrots. Parrots who screech the lines, but do they know them? Do they feel as we feel?
Wow. You're awfully good at dehumanizing them, aren't they?
So you're saying modern actors are parrots?
Aren't you?
Indeed. They are only mimics, and thus no better than a well-trained bird.
You're that parrot?
You don't think they're actually birds, do you?
My dear boy, they live such short lives. What else can they do but ape the words and actions of their forebears?
But when you call them birds, you're just labeling them that. You ain't giving them a fair shot.
Oh, come now. I was clearly employing a little dramatic license.
No, you're not. It's a therapy session. Please be a little more upfront.
But we're here to talk about truth, all right, compadre?
It is my gentle direction that takes the craft to higher echelons, and mine alone. Acting does not evolve without me.
You're saying only you can change the course of acting?
It is demonstrably.
That was a control fallacy.
There is acting before Edmund Kean, and there is acting after Edmund Kean.
But there's so many types of acting out there. I mean, I remember when vaudeville came out, but I don't think you had anything to do with that.
Vaudeville? Oh, like so many American arts, an art of the grotesque. You plunge a dagger into the heart of subtlety.
So you didn't have nothing to do with vaudeville?
Oh, devils below, no.
Well, it was pretty good then, wasn't it?
I mean, you got a little control fallacy, hombre. Mortals got wills of their own.
Indeed. I suppose I don't want any responsibility for the things the Americans create anyway.
Americans.
These critics should honor me, as is my due.
You're saying critics should honor you. What happens if they don't?
Then they are not doing their jobs properly. I do not ask for their laudations without cause.
That's not what their job is.
But if a so-called critic does not recognize my contributions to the theater, what do they know of the theater?
Maybe they just got different taste.
Uneducated taste, perhaps.
If they are just uneducated, why
God,
should
are
they
all the
appreciate
vampires
it?
like this?
An interesting point. I suppose I cannot blame them. Thou fiend! You are cruel indeed to beat a man when he is at his most vulnerable.
That is not what he's doing. He is your therapist, Edmund, please.
I am here so you may help me cope with a world that has gone mad. Not so you might attack my every word.
I'm doing no such thing. All I'm doing is pointing out your reality. If we're gonna cope, we gotta be honest about the world.
And I say that you are a villain. I come to you in desperate need, and you respond by mocking my desperation.
I will say, the point of the game, I suppose, is for Sam to kind of learn to better, like, interact with the clients, and obviously it comes to a rough start, and that's how the progression of the game goes. You get better at it, and it kind of, like, it all works out. But in real life, you would want a therapist who understands you, or at least is somewhat familiar with where you come from, right? That's the whole thing with, like, finding a therapist that is from the same cultural background as you, because otherwise it's like, if it's beyond, if you're so disconnected, then there's no real way, then it's like, it's really difficult to connect with that therapist and to work out, you know, all of the things one must in a therapy session. And so in IRL, this shouldn't be happening, but at the same time, this is, first of all, this is a video game. It's a light novel, but second of all, the thing that ties them together is an immortality, a sort of a kinship due to their vampire nature. And so far, it seems that's the only thing. And it makes it more interesting, of course, as a game, and it's more fun to play. But I can't help but feel the need to point out that, like, they are from very different cultural backgrounds, and in an ideal therapy session, that's not the case. In an ideal therapy session, your therapist should be from a similar cultural background, and so they can understand where you're coming from, and be able to connect with you on a level that's a lot easier to work with. But yeah.
Why would you do this to me? Do you not know what pain I am experiencing? Do you not know that I, as an actor, feel every sling and arrow more keenly? Art thou a therapist or a murderer that you would push me so to the brink? Do you want me to commit suicide?
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hurt you. I want to help everyone who comes to me.
Samuel, a moment, please.
Andy, I got a real problem here. I think I'm not cut out for this work. This fellow's right. Why am I attacking him when I should be helping?
First of all, should statement. You will do what you will do, and that is all, Samuel. But look at the candles. What do you see?
The candles? Oh, they seem fine to me.
Look at the flames.
Wait a minute. They're getting higher, ain't they? What the hell's going on?
Your client is very powerful. He has his own
What?
unique skills earned through the ages.
What?
His skill in gaslighting is so intense that it affects the world around him.
Oh. My vampire therapy client is so good at gaslighting that the candles in the room are growing brighter and hotter just by his presence alone. This truly is the most girl boss of girl bosses of all time.
He is altering reality to fit his distortions. Be watchful, Samuel. Do not let him.
How do I stop it?
Be persistent, and above all, be honest. He does not control your reality.
I await your apology, sir.
I don't have anything to apologize for. All I did was point out some truths in the things you were saying. Now, if that makes you angry, fella, I don't know what to tell you.
You wound me.
You
but I am
wound
strong.
me.
I persist. I fight. I know my worth, sir. I have fought and died for my art.
Yes, but you're here for a therapy session, so will you please sit down and be a little more cooperative?
I shall take my business elsewhere, and vampire society shall hear of your quackery.
Stop him, Samuel. It is not anger, but fear that drives him. Show him he has nothing to fear from you.
Easy, boy, easy.
I shall not go easy. I shall not.
Ain't nobody gonna hurt you. There's a good vampire.
A good vampire? What on hell?
You're safe here. Nobody here to hurt you or make you feel bad.
But
I'm your buddy. That's us. We're just buddies, ain't we?
Buddies? Yes. A friend. A friend. A friend who wishes to help me.
That is the point. That is the goal of these sessions. Please.
You feeling better there, compadre?
I must confess that I am. Though I scarcely understand how.
Hey, well, that's just great. I want this to be a comfortable place for you.
Yes. Yes, I do believe you. After all, your profession is in many ways similar to acting. It is no wonder that we find common ground.
How is therapy like acting?
It is the exploration of the soul, is it not? A journey into
Art
pain and truth.
Can be therapeutic, yes. Edmund, you're onto something. Art can be therapeutic in some sense. The word.
We see those pains and truths and reflect them onto the cruel world.
I ain't sure I quite see it like that, but it's true that reflecting is important. Kind of funny when we can't look in a mirror, huh?
Vampire joke.
One of death's cruel ironies. Thus must we see our reflections in the mortal audience instead.
You care a lot about what the mortals think about you.
Of course I do. Why should I give a fig about what we dusty old folk think, eh? Most of us are stuck in our relative pasts, if you'll pardon the offense.
Do you think the same criticism could be applied to you?
But all them folks die. You're what, 300 years old?
Don't remind me. Yes, they die, but I cannot. I must not. If I do not exist in their hearts, there is only the purgatory of oblivion.
That's not true. There are other places to exist in. Where do you think I exist in? Edmund.
You cannot. You must not. You're talking like there's only one future.
For me, there is only one future, save oblivion.
Come on now, that's a little extreme.
Where do you think we are right now? Because it seems like we're in neither of those locations in the future.
'Tis not
Space
so.
and time.
What else have I but the stage?
You have the German club that hosts a vampire therapy office. You've got an American cowboy vampire therapist and a handsome older therapist as well, but he's just kind of fucking off right now.
Well, that's a fine question. I'll tell you what, though, compadre, you are more than the stage. What if theater just didn't exist?
Perish the thought. Perish it with all due enmity. Unlike some vampires, I am not some blood-guzzling parasite who will idly sit and wait as the world turns.
You calling most of our kind parasites?
What am I then?
I am, for that is what we are, if we are nothing else.
All right, let's just forget the part where you're insulting other vampires, myself included. If you say that you're a parasite if you don't do something, you're gonna be scared as hell of not doing that thing.
As an immortal, I aim for loftier goals.
Can you hit those goals if you're busy being afraid of turning into a parasite?
Ah, but your humble speech does belie the true wisdom beneath. I am indeed cruel to myself. I died for the stage, so I should live for it as well.
Have you ever played a video game?
Well, why should you live for the stage?
What was my death
visual
worth
novel?
if the stage does not matter?
But it's only you who's saying your death ain't worth something. Your shoulds are fatal. Ain't that a lot of pressure?
Perhaps. Though one might argue that all great actors must be forged in fire.
But is acting really the most important thing in the world?
I shall assume that you jest. Vampire society's of no use to me. We are so few, and I cannot have an adoring crowd without a crowd.
I don't know what this is. This is a trick question. No, it's more Nosferatu thinking.
Vampires ain't got nothing to offer you.
Nothing they can give, no. Vampires do not understand the avant-garde.
You should have seen the last client, Edmund. You would have really hit it off.
Vampires have a lot to give. We got time to understand things mortals just can't. I think you're painting vampire society with a pretty broad brush. We got some redeeming values.
Oh, perhaps. but an understanding of the stage is not.
Please refer to the last. They should just have a discussion group. They should have a little
The motivations
text
of man are well known to
WhatsApp
me through my art.
group where they communicate with each other. There's so much work that can be done cooperatively between them.
And what am I doing?
You are mocking me, undermining me, causing me to doubt myself. I know thy purpose, wretch.
Edmund, my purpose is to help you get through therapy as your therapist. That's what my
This
purpose is.
therapy business is all a ruse. You would lay me low and claim dominion over me.
What would the point of that be?
All I'm trying to do is help you, friend. Reality is a lot easier to deal with when you can accept it for what it is.
So, now you doubt my sanity. Is there no end to your japes and jabs? I shall not break. Oh, you shall see. The tides of cruel seas will crash upon me, but I do not wither. I know thy game, trickster. You wish to keep me in your debt. The more I doubt myself, the more you take from me. You think you are clever, but thy tongue outvenoms all the worms of the Nile. Well, what have you to say for yourself? Speak, that I might hear thy bile.
You do this for
Edmund,
you.
I ain't doing this for a profit. I just want to help vampires like myself.
The man doth protest too much, methinks. Thinkst thou that if thou wouldst pile lie upon lie, the ensuing mountain would be too high for me to see? Damnable wretch, mine eyes see clearly.
It ain't like that. Easy there.
The horse sound effects as well. Oh my goodness.
What?
What?
I know you're upset and you're scared. I ain't gonna hurt you.
But you want to hurt me.
Good vampire. Ain't you sweet? Yeah, it's all right.
You really don't want to hurt me? You'll keep me safe?
We're safe. Ain't no place safer than right here. We're friends. That's right. You're my buddy now. Just my pal Eddie.
In truth, I am oft left bereft of friendship. Our kind can be difficult.
You mean vampires?
No, actors. But to sense one is not alone in all the world is a feeling to be cherished.
You ain't alone, I promise you. Whatever bad stuff we're living, someone else has lived it already.
'Tis so. Many geniuses were unappreciated in their time, with wonders of their craft consigned to history's dusty pages. Even the bard himself did struggle. There is some comfort in that.
I hope there is. That's the point of
Common
it.
nocturnality. We all got the same needs, man. Blood, safety, and sex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Indeed. I too am akin to the doomed Achilles, though my sore spot lies not so low, but twixt stem and stern.
Tain't my place to comment.
Oh, it seems the spot is no secret to you after all.
Oh.
Maybe we can talk about that some more in your next session. I think you did pretty dang well today.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I did. I am rather good at therapy, aren't I?
No, yeah, you're making improvements and strides, yes.
If you're here and wanting to get better, yeah, I'd say that makes you pretty good at therapy.
Well, one mustn't rest on one's laurels, must one?
That's right, Eddie. Okay, I'll see you in a few weeks then.
Aye, we shall vanquish my demons together. I cannot tarry. The stage awaits.
Oh, man.
Dang, what the hell was that?
Oh. I felt exhausted from that. I don't know why. The last two were funny. This actually kind of felt exhausting. I don't know why. All right.
One of the darker malignancies of the mind, dear Samuel.
You sure I'm up to this?
You were masterful, Samuel. You were able to take your knowledge about cognitive distortions and turn their definitions outward. And we must speak about this equine ability of yours in your next session.
Equine ability.
Oh, that. Yeah, I learned a lot about myself through my horse.
Save it for our next session. Rest, Samuel. You have faced a great danger. Now it is time to drink and be merry with the Goths.
Oh, man. I will say it's a little jarring hearing this horse sound effects and, hearing him speak to the clients as if they were horses. And I think there's some of it that's exaggerated for comedic effect, which I appreciate. It's funny. Though I will say, not exactly in those words and in that way, but reassuring the other person that, once again, that this is like a safe space and this is like you know, that their safety and comfort is of importance, and just reminding them again and again, because people need to be reminded of those things. It does tend to work, or rather it helps a lot. But it's funny and interesting that they did it in this way with the whole cowboy thing. I don't know how to feel about that, because it's kind of, there's like a little bit of me that feels like that gets the sense that it's like they're taking the piss out of it, but also I think that's like every anemic 20-something girl. Oh, drinking me merry with the goths. A perfect demonstration of the average conversation with anyone in my family. It's hard, I get it. I think there's a sort of difficulty in that these therapy sessions present that is exaggerated in some sense for comedic effects, but it's also sometimes, you know, it's just truthful. Like, this is just how some people talk and behave, and it's very difficult to deal with them. The horse method kind of works, not exactly in the same way of, like, you know, treating them as if they were a horse, because if you word it in that way, they might find it offensive. But if you just kind of, you know, slow things down, reassure the other person that, hey, once again, you and I are here for the same goals and objective. I'm just here to help you, and you're here to help me, you know, and we're in this together. It's kind of like a common ground thing that you establish, because a lot of times people subconsciously antagonize people, other people, as a defense mechanism of sorts, and to be able to recognize danger and, like, you know, an antagonist in one's world, you know, is a sort of strange survival instinct that is oftentimes, you know, it developed for a reason, and it developed from something, perhaps a trauma or whatever. But what's important, not just in therapy, but in healthy communication in general, is to reassure the other person and yourself, right? That in the event that you do trust the other person, right? Of course, I'm not saying this is like a thing to do with strangers, but in the event that, you know, you're with someone that you do trust and that is a friend who may at the moment be antagonizing you for something due to their complicated relationship with themselves and of other people around them and their traumas and their whatever, it's good to just reassure them that, hey, it's okay, we're here for the same thing. We're here to work together to get through this issue together, you know. It's not a big deal, and I'm here with you, you know, and this is like a safe space. This is a whatever. This is we're accepting, we're patient, it is what it is. But the trouble with that, and the reason why people pay for therapy, and therapy is a session that is a service that requires money, oftentimes a lot of it, is because people don't have that patience in the world, because everyone's got to deal with their own bullshit. And to that, I have not much to say beyond the fact that it is what it is. And that's why perhaps one might consider going to therapy. Yeah, and of course it's like when they walk into a therapy office for the first time, it's an unfamiliar environment, it's an unfamiliar person, it's a bit scary. It's normal to be on your guard and to be wary, but you kind of have to. But part of the important work of therapy is to appropriately lower that guard, right, so that work can be done. Speaking as if I knew what I was talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm playing a visual novel. All right, let's go move on.
Oh, not sure I'd call them merry, but they know how to cut loose. All right, Andy, I'll see you later.
Good night, Samuel. Rest in peace.
We have to go back to the club. I don't know if I want to go back to the club again. I'm not cut out for the vampire thing. I think I'm cut out for the therapy. More for the... Oh, it's so loud.
Well, that was one of the weirdest experiences of my life. I probably want to forget that. I should go talk to Crimson.
If it isn't Sammy the Kid, plop that butt down. Got a shot prepared for you.
Well, thanks, Crimson. What is that? A Bloody Mary?
Bloody Mary?
No, a Bloody Steve.
Of course it is. How's the crowd tonight?
You know, it's funny. They're a little on the weird side tonight. Must be a full moon out.
They're people, though,
Well,
right?
you ain't kidding. I just had my first therapy session with the strangest fella I ever met.
It feels like, Sam, that you say this for every person you meet, and it feels like every time you do, it's true.
The actor type. Used to be an international celebrity back when I was alive. Seems like fame's a nasty drug.
Like Andy says, people are people. Doesn't matter what era they're from. Feeling good about your session, though?
Yeah, I think it went well.
He was pretty confrontational, but he was happy to talk about himself at least. Andy says the real clients to worry about are the ones who've got nothing to say.
Yeah.
I get that. Being a human isn't easy. You gotta be pretty damn privileged to have no problems at all.
Well, this fella definitely has plenty of problems. I think he'll be keeping me busy.
Oh,
It's
boy,
a
oh.
big world out there, cowboy. Full of vampires with no self-awareness.
Well, ain't that the truth? Well, here's to change then.
To change.
You, drinking Andy's blood there?
Andy's? Nuh-uh, this is a plain old mortal drink. You think anyone would want to drink that man's blood from a bottle when they can get it straight from the source?
I suppose they wouldn't.
I'm not proud to drink blood, Sam. Wouldn't be doing it out here.
I didn't mean to cause offense, ma'am.
Not your fault. I guess I shouldn't be offended.
Who's telling you that you shouldn't be offended,
Oh,
Crimson?
boy.
I know this blood drinking stuff
Objection.
is complicated.
Damn right it is. Look, I have customers to deal with, but let me give you some advice, Buffalo Bill. No therapy in here.
Uh-oh.
What happens at Eminard happens with consent. Got it?
Uh-oh.
All right, that's fair, and my sincere apologies. It won't happen again.
That's right.
Oh, dang it. I've gone and made myself unwelcome. I better get out of Crimson's
Yes,
way.
let this be a lesson to not just use therapy speak everywhere you go. It's kind of annoying and unsociable.
You.
Whoa. Panoptobella. Some people's literally their jobs. There's not much of a point of keeping a guard with someone who's qualified to help. I mean, while that's true, you also do have to. I do also sympathize with the perspective that like you can't be sure if that person really is there trying to help you, and trust is the type of thing that's like hard to come by and difficult to, have on people. And you shouldn't just willingly, blindly trust everyone, mind you. There are terrible actors in the world. Bad actors, not in like the Shakespearean Edmund kind, but in like the, they're bad people kind, with intentions that don't at all align and benefit with yours. And in cases like that, it makes sense to be wary and to keep your guard up. Knowing when to keep it up and down is just a trial of the human experience. Like, you just have to constantly learn to do it right. I think the downside is that where you either try that psych until you lose enough, or you can just. It's hard. Trust is a difficult thing. It's not easy at all. Well, Charis, I was trying to be straight to return to conversations. Studied it all. Sister just refuses to go to therapy, refuses to acknowledge any possibility of her own dysfunction. Yeah, and it's difficult. What you kind of have to do is meet them at their level. And the important thing is not you telling them that there's a problem. You have to let them recognize that they have a problem. And more importantly even, that it's okay. And that's really difficult because we're trained as people to not want to be problematic, to not want to have problems. And so when we do incur a problem in ourselves, it's easy to dismiss it, or even if one was to seek, accept in secret that is the case, to not let people know that is the case, because we don't want to be bad people. We don't truly want that. It's difficult. But I do know, I am aware of people that suffer through similar things. But you kind of have to meet them at their level, and there's a turning point, and that turning point is them seeing it the same way you do, or rather them seeing it also as a problem. And there's another aspect of it that's also like, maybe you're just like misinterpreting the situation. Maybe it's not actually the case that there is a problem that requires therapy. Maybe it isn't. It's always good to double check and have a support network around you of people. I understand that's hard to come by as well. Therapy is complicated, all of it, isn't it? Say pay for a ticket paid off as a bet. Siblings love winning and free things from their sibling. Yeah, it's true. Okay.
Huh? Do I know you?
I know you. I've been watching you, vampire.
I hope in a good way.
Yep, that's me, drinking blood to live.
Yes, you do. I saw you. I see everything.
Okay, Panoptibella. You've got a lot of eyes for that, I see.
My name is Panoptibella. It means I see all, and I am beautiful.
Cool.
I saw you in the kink room with Reinhardt and Maxi.
And I suppose you want to turn.
And now I see that you are thirsty and would like to drink.
I suppose that's what that is, yep.
Yep, that is so.
Come, drink from my neck. I wish to see what it is like.
Yep, okay.
I didn't consent
That's such a
to
weird...
being killed, vampire.
I didn't kill you, what? I didn't... That's such a... This is such a weird minigame. It's kind of... I don't know if this tested well with people, but I certainly am kind of whatever.
I wasn't trying to kill you.
What are the veins? Are they the blue? How do I not kill her? I don't know how to not kill her.
Those are my arteries.
I don't know any biology. I'm sorry.
Oh shucks, maybe I'm colorblind.
Okay, hit the blue. How do I hit the blue? The red is like throughout the trace of this entire motion. What?
Yes.
Okay.
I see now. That was very pleasant.
I'm sorry. It's very evident that I didn't take biology. I know. I'm sorry. I did physics, okay? Not that I'm very good at that either. All right, okay.
You will go to your coffin now to sleep.
Red means no? Okay. Veins are blue. Okay, thank you. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, if you wanted to cuddle.
It is normal for vampires to enter a state of torpor after consuming the blood of another.
Is that the
I
case?
wish you an excellent torpor, vampire.
I see.
Thanks, I guess. I guess I'd better
The
get some
goths are very
This night has
strange.
gone on long enough.
I mean, I suppose that makes sense. Red means no. Now I'm looking at my own veins. Okay.
Good evening, Samuel. I hope you are feeling well rested. I have a new client for you.
A new client?
Another one? I think my caseload's starting to get a little crowded.
Worry not, my friend. I shall not unload all the world's cares onto you. I know how strongly this next client requires aid.
Hold on, what's this? Why is there, what's new in here? Oh, just a journal entry. Okay.
She is a great deal older than most of the clients you've seen. And
Older than
sometimes
Isabella?
it is harder for the elderly to see reality.
Oh, no.
It took me far too long to do so.
She's as old as you are?
Not nearly. Thus, she should be more ready for change than I was. Take a look at her intake form.
Oh, she doesn't. Oh. I was gonna say, she doesn't seem that old. Med. An elder vampire like myself, Medi has lived mostly alone for the past 2 millennia. She grew up among wanton violence between Irish clan warlords and has since kept distance between herself and mortals. She now spends most of more of her time online. Oh no, where she's become a street. No, what is happening? What is happening? Why do they put? Become a streaming celebrity. I do not know what this means, but perhaps a younger vampire knight might. She's expressed frustration at the increasing demands of her followers. Suggestions: be patient with the elderly. You can't do this to me. You can't come in to my stream with your game and have the first 4 clients for therapy be caricatures of certain identities I've taken up in the past. You can't do this to me. You can't. Why is she a streamer? No. Okay. All right. Okay.
Dang, she died young. Makes me wonder why I waited so long to kick the bucket. Could have left a nicer looking corpse.
Okay.
Alas, death does not often allow us to have much choice in the matter.
Says here she doesn't leave home unless she has to.
Stop. Calling me out. I can't.
Indeed, it is a puzzle, as elder vampires can often be.
Oh, all right. Let's deal with this.
I sure do hope I can help her.
You will do your best, I know. Let me allow you some privacy. She comes.
Hello?
Oh. Is that like a Valorant t-shirt or something? Oh my goodness. She's the quote-unquote oldest one, which is a funny, ironic joke because she's a young e-girl. Okay. Oh, she's so cute. I can't be distracted by that. I am a man on a mission, and my mission is to help them with their therapy.
Hey there, how do I say your name? Is it Medb?
I was thinking Medby.
Mev is my real name. Medby's just my screen name. You can call me Medi if you like.
No. Okay.
Oh, mighty fine meeting you, Medi. I'm Sam.
Is that all you are?
I'm your therapist as well, if that answers the question.
I couldn't rightly say. I ain't no more or less than Sam.
That's not true, Sam. You're also a therapist.
You're cute, strange cowboy man.
Stop flirting with me. I'm your therapist.
I don't know that you should be calling your potential therapist cute, miss.
Not in a touching bodies way. I mean, you're more like a rabbit or a mouse.
Well, I'm a person first, right? A vampire,
I want
I
to dress
suppose.
you up in a little mouse onesie and watch you scurry about. You can keep your hat on and be a little cowboy mouse. Oh, I like that very much. I'd keep you in a little cage and give you lots of cheese and, of course, a wheel to run on.
Yes, but you have to understand, I'm not a pet. I'm a therapist.
You can be my whiskery little pet.
Oh. Stop this, Sam.
Samuel?
I think I'm out of my depth here, Chief. I ain't keen to be anyone's pet.
Older vampires such as myself can sometimes be uncomfortable to be around. I believe this will be an excellent challenge in setting boundaries, Samuel. Explain to her your boundaries. You will be modeling positive behavior and saving yourself a little
You
trouble.
are the client and I'm the therapist, please. Those are the
just a
boundaries
little.
necessary.
All the more reason to be clear and polite right now. Good luck, Samuel. I know you can do it.
You look distracted, little mouse. Have you smelt a bit of cheese? Did your whiskers twitch?
All right, miss, before we keep going, I think we need to set a few boundaries.
I think that about covers my boundaries. What if I just say this first?
I think that about covers it.
Very well.
I didn't say anything. I didn't.
People usually let me do what I want
That
to
covers
do to
it.
them.
I gotta set some boundaries. That's all. And that's everything. Usually let me do what I want to do to them. Okay, that's the problem. That's what we have to deal with. Oh, goodness. Oh, okay.
Well, this is less boring then. It's something new.
I suppose you're right. It's very clever, strange cowboy man. May I still call you a mouse from time to time, though?
I see no reason to. But also not many reasons not to, unless, on the condition that you keep in mind the boundaries.
If it'll make you feel comfortable, I guess it ain't hurting me. But let's get to you and why you're here. Now, it said on your intake form that
you are... That's... What did it say on the form? My goodness, I forgot. Frustration at the increasing demands of her followers. Right, so what does that mean? I suppose you're overworked?
You're overworked, it said. You're not my first client with that problem. What line of work are you in?
I play video games.
Video games? Like Star Invaders?
Exactly like Star Invaders, Sam.
No, silly. More like Overcharged 2 and Pension Impact. More of an FPS and RPG, girl.
Just how far can we go on IP infringement? Just how far? Pension Impact is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Me when I'm in the nursing home and I gamble on horses due to my declining mental faculties. Oh, Pension Impact. Oh, I love that. Okay.
I don't know what them things are. I kind of figured video games were just a fad, like collecting ferns was in my time.
They're a fad in the same way movies are. I mean, insofar as, you know, contemporary modern art is a fad, I suppose it is.
Video games are lots of fun. There's even one where you get to play a cowboy and kill bunches and bunches of people.
There's even one where you get to play a cowboy and be a therapist for other vampires. Isn't that crazy?
Then you get to pretend you feel bad about it. But after that, you kill even more people.
I hope you're not describing Red Dead Redemption 2, because I haven't played it yet.
Shucks, that there might give me some flashbacks. But you're working by playing video games? How's that?
I stream on Glitch. I have millions and millions of followers there.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see the appeal of streaming on Glitch, but like on BlueTube, I heard that it's easier to just consolidate everything into one channel, right?
Wait just a gosh darn minute. People are paying to watch you pee?
Of course not. That sort of thing would be on my Only Zealots page. If I could pee, which I can't, because I'm a vampire.
All right, you gotta walk me through this.
We gotta be walked through the whole e-girl thing. Oh, I didn't know I was actually playing Needy Streamer Overload this entire time. Yeah, I want to ask. I made the mistake earlier of not clicking that. I want to see all the dialogue. What's streaming if it ain't paying?
What's streaming mean if it ain't paying?
Streaming means to share your computer screen to the internet.
Like watching the cinema, only instead of people shooting each other, it's you answering emails?
Sort of. Mostly people just like to watch people shooting other people. Only it's little computer people that only look like people.
Streaming is a weird concept to explain to an immortal vampire cowboy from like the 80s or like the 1880s. If I were to explain it to Samuel, it would be sort of like there's a contemporary enjoyment of video games, and they've evolved to be much more like film, in that they're much more lifelike and immersive, and there's a certain experience and enjoyment of playing them, right? But there's also, as the internet culture has evolved due to the rapid exchange and share of information presented to our contemporary existence, a new peculiar enjoyment of watching other people engage in things, such as watching films, and those are kind of like reactions based. That's what's known as reaction based content, but it's that, and also people react, and also people's enjoyment of things like video games. So you will actually watch people play video games as the entertainment for yourself, and it's a little weird. It's uncharted territory. It's nothing new, but I think it is definitely a consequence of this abundance and a rapid exchange of information. And I think there's something to be said about it coinciding with the incentive to, or rather how much more convenient it is to have these faux connections with people who ultimately don't know you in real life, and share these what are otherwise social experiences. This phenomena has been labeled parasocial activity, and more research needs to be done on it. There's not enough of it, but that about sums up the journey we have so far. And I think in about 5 to 10 years, people will start to understand what that is, and there will be two camps: people who kind of accept it. There will be two main camps. I think there will be people who've accepted parasocial activity as a necessary consequence of the evolution of, society's rapid exchange of information. And there'll be those that are kind of maybe purists or elitists or whatever you want to call them, and if we have to put a label on the other side of the fence, per se. But they're the people that kind of believe in real, genuine human connection. And I think there's always like the healthy balance of both. There definitely is not. It's not just a fence sitting in the middle. Oh, both are good, but more like I don't think if you are sufficiently educated on the matter and informed on what you're doing, that watching other people play video games, for example, is bad for your social life or whatever. But at the same time, over relying on it in substitution and in replacement of actual real life social interactions might prove to be a detriment to your growth and engagement with the world, and thus present many more new challenges in many fields, including the field of therapy, which we are engaging with today. Yeah, so that's what streaming is. That's my explanation of streaming. So you're welcome, Tara. Charis mentions streamers in game streams, but not the Goat Carnival Dollhouse stream. True. Maybe Germa is a vampire. Why he doesn't age. That's why he kind of looks like that. Anyways.
Clear as mud. I got some more questions about them funny things you mentioned, though.
What's Only Zealots?
What's Only Zealots?
That's a very special website where my very special followers get to see me do naughty things for money.
I see you're not at all shy at just pretty much telling it as it is. Yeah, that's what
You've been around a long while. Do you need money?
No, of course not. But I do like having mortal blood bags who will do anything for me.
No!
They're very useful.
We have to deal with a Twitch streamer.
This whole thing makes me feel old.
It does.
But you're only a baby.
It makes me feel old.
Strange cowboy man.
I'm a VTuber, and this makes me feel old.
Poops and peas, though. That's quite icky.
I had some more questions. What's all this RPG and FPS stuff?
Role-playing games and first-person shooters.
Oh, goodness.
Kind of dark to be playing games about the first person you ever shot. That ain't a good moment.
You're extra silly. It's a video game with a first-person perspective. It only looks as though you're shooting someone.
Yes, and we as a younger contemporary society have been desensitized to violence in these forms. It's quite interesting.
I like the ones where there's lots and lots of blood. I end up feeling quite hungry.
Well, they still using corn syrup?
They don't have blood.
It never looked realistic to me.
They don't have blood in Overcharge 2, do they? Not in Pension Impact, that's for sure.
They don't use corn syrup in video games. You're very funny.
I'm glad I'm funny, I guess. Let me ask you something else about these video games. All right, I think I understand a little
Let me
better.
ask you something else.
Working pretty dang
Actually,
hard for
I
all
think
them
I know
followers.
everything about it.
What do you need them for?
Lots of things. They pay my rent for me. They buy clothes and gifts for me. They dispose of all the bodies. And they let me kill them too. They're all so eager to die. Poor little lambs.
Oh no. How come every client is like harder to deal with than the last? How come?
They're
How?
like servants?
Servants, little sheep, whatever you'd like to call them.
I personally wouldn't.
And they're willing to just up and die for you.
Oh, naturally. Sometimes all I have to do is smile for them. They find it enchanting.
This is even worse than when I was playing Pokemon Violet, and I went to the other day I was like going through the gym leaders, and I went through the one that's like the live streamer, Iono, I think was her name. Goodness, there's something about the reflection that is like sort of uncanny, where it's like they've captured most of the vibe, right, of what a streamer is, but then also just it's like it's always just a little dated. Like it's always just a little behind what it is, but at the same time, it's also the biggest, most popular conceptions of it, and not quite the cutting edge, as it were. And oftentimes it's quite surface level. I know obviously here they're gonna go into it deeper, but like in video games generally, when there's a representation of streamers, it tends to be like that, and it's so fucking weird. Oh my god, it makes me feel confused and not offended, just a little, I don't know, like seen but not seen enough, like it's not seen in the oh no goodness I have been seen fully. It's on the contrary, actually, it's like no, I don't think I've been seen enough. I don't think there's enough of a microscope that's been put onto this. Then it needs to be a bit more rigorous than it is right now, right? Which is kind of just a caricature. Anyways, yeah, it's like trying to extort memes in video games. Yeah, exactly. When whatever is a pop culture thing tends to age, and it does not help, particularly when it comes to identities one can relate to.
They quite like my breasts and vulva.
I didn't strategically. I didn't know that was coming next. I didn't.
I see.
Yeah, okay.
Does it make you uncomfortable to hear me say breasts and vulva?
Only a little bit, insofar as I think the context of your explanation of your situation in a therapy session requires this setting up of boundaries. I think you can talk about them in a way that's more healthy and approachable, but whatever. What do I know? What do I know?
Well, I reckon I just wasn't expecting that level of candidness.
I wasn't either, Sam. I was not.
Breasts, vulva.
Okay, all right.
Hey, come on now.
Oh, but it's so much fun to watch your little whiskers twitch.
So, these followers of yours do a lot of work for you, huh?
But I have almost 100 million little sheep. It's rather difficult to manage them all and keep them happy.
Why do you need to keep so many servants happy?
I need my sheep. If I don't have them, I'll have nothing.
That's not true.
Is it really true that if you don't have your followers, you won't have anything? Ain't you got other stuff you're interested in?
I suppose I enjoy reading and video games. And I can do those things alone.
You can.
There's also playing games with my body.
Okay.
Oh, yep, there's that.
Yeah, all right. Okay. All right. Settle down. I'll be parasocial, jokes aside, when we're to find readings about that. I'm not. There is work, I've been told. On parasocial activity. I haven't ventured to look into it academically yet, like in an intellectual context. I've just been thinking, because I wanted to, I think, perhaps not be informed by what is, effectively a third-person perspective, and want to go into it firsthand. That's kind of why. Or have I said too much? No, I have not. That's one of the purposes of Charis Euphranor. Anyways. The other thing is that it exists. There's just not enough of it, in the sense that people are still engaging with this without being informed and educated on what it is. So that's what I mean by there's not enough of it. Could being an ego vampire be so powerful? True. Being an e-girl you're an e-girl who stays young forever. That is powerful. Now that is powerful. You would say die for Euphranor a few weeks ago. He is a vampire. No, that's terrible. What the hell? No. Goodness. Don't die for Euphranor. Terrible. I wouldn't die for Euphranor. Really. Like PewDiePie levels of subs. I think it is exaggerated to comedic effect. But I can see the efficacy of an eternally young, like, vampire e-girl. I can see why that works to such a powerful level, especially when you can do it forever, essentially. I do wonder what the not PR, but the management of it is about, though.
Which Americans don't do. You like to shoot people instead. Bang, pow.
That ain't always true. But let's get back to
She
what
has
you
a
were
very
saying.
online conception of Americans.
If I don't make them all happy, they'll turn against me.
That's not true.
That's some pretty extreme thinking. Your followers can't all be that fickle.
I keep saying that's not true, but what I should be saying is that's a pattern of thought that you have in yourself where you put things into extremes. That's what I should be saying.
The idea that you can make everyone
Not to
happy is something
not
that
to
ain't in
refute your
anyone's
truth.
power.
That's a bad habit I have. It's just a consequence of rigorous philosophical argumentation. Well, not that rigorous. It really isn't that rigorous. It's a consequence of my bad habits is what that is, really. Yes.
And assuming you have no control and they'll all turn against you ain't true either.
People are people.
That's true, I suppose. I can do things you couldn't dream of. But I won't show them to you because you're an American.
Isn't that just racism? Good
That
old
is
classic
much appreciated,
fashion.
miss.
Like
And now about the stuff you were saying.
good old fashioned
All
xenophobia.
I'll be is the lonely, crazy girl with a flat full of stinky corpses.
With that flat, you didn't have the decency to, I don't know, dissolve the bodies?
Let's ease off them labeling terms. Don't go calling yourself crazy.
But I am crazy. And I know how strange I sound to these short-lived creatures.
I reckon I might sound the same if I were around as long as you and seen some of the stuff you've seen. Besides, crazy ain't got any kind of real meaning. What's sane? You've been around a while, you know them definitions change all the time.
I suppose that's true. Don't think any of us are really sane.
I think that's a heck of a lot closer to the truth.
I just want to look at my body parts anyway. Don't have much else to share, it seems.
Come on now, you've been around for nearly 2,000 years. How in the heck could you have nothing to offer? I'm sure you could tell me all sorts of things about history and the places you've been to and the things you've done.
And you should.
If I talk about things I like, my followers abandon me. Fickle little bloodbags. They always like it when I show off, though.
Oh, that's rough because it's kind of real. Oh, I don't know.
That's a problem with your followers, not you. Don't go disqualifying the positive things about yourself just because they don't see them.
You see, it's not like...
You're very kind, Manling. If you were one of my followers, I might even let you live.
A very kind gesture, miss.
I can't help but think, though, I should make my little sheep happy. After all, they are willing to die for me.
They shouldn't be. And you shouldn't also be obliged to feel that way.
You say you should keep your followers happy. Do you like it when they're happy?
Just because I kill my bloodbags doesn't mean I wish to be cruel.
Okay.
After all, they're so cute when they die with smiles on their precious little faces.
I'm glad to hear that, but here's the thing. When you say you should make them happy, you turn it into a responsibility. If you got 100 million people you should please, that's pressure you don't need. Get what I'm saying?
You are too sweet, little mouse. Like a sugar mouse. Someone might try to eat you.
Heck, they already did. How do you think I turned into a vampire?
You make me seem very silly for worrying so much about my blood bags. Not a very good vampire,
You
am
should
I?
worry about yourself and then graduate to worrying about your relationship with your internet followers. And then worry about humanizing other people. You know, maybe
Well,
there's
what's
like
a good
steps.
vampire supposed to do?
Oh, my blood father used to tell me that we were supposed to be gods. Told me that we would rule all humanity. I imagine he'd be ever so disappointed in me.
And I would imagine that he wouldn't actually, because you're doing what is effectively some of the closest to ruling over humanity as we speak.
Well, blood parents are always complicated. They like continuing their legacies, but people ain't too good at being anything but themselves.
I wish someone would tell him that. He's a very bad listener.
Is he still alive? Is he also a vampire?
Well, you should be proud of yourself for getting away from him. I know it ain't easy.
Probably
I
not,
didn't
never.
leave him. The druid sealed him away long ago.
Okay.
He'll slow our soul when he escapes. And there will be nothing we can do. Oh, it's gonna be ever so much blood.
No, that's not true.
I think we can handle a vampire. There's a lot more of us now, and I bet the bastard ain't even heard of a gun.
You don't understand. He's a wizard.
The wizard,
Well,
Harry.
last I heard, wizards ain't bulletproof. Let's give ourselves a little credit.
Shout out to that. Was it a post or was it a video of like What if Harry Potter had like a Glock instead? And then all the conflicts ended very quickly.
I ain't gonna worry too much about this fella. Besides, if he is coming back to kill us all, we only got so much time to enjoy, right? These dang followers of yours have got you stuck at home, though.
It's better this way. It's not safe outside.
I'm inclined to disagree, even though I do enjoy the inside.
Well, why do you say that?
Because there are bad people out there. They've tried to burn me, touch me, enslave me. They are cruel and horrible.
No, there's other people. It's not just these terrible bad people.
I know you've been through some tough times, Mitty, and you got a hell of a lot of reasons to think people are all awful.
Yeah.
But those experiences ain't the be-all and end-all. There's a lot of bad, a lot of good, and even more in between.
Maybe. But it's safer to assume that it's all bad. Mortals are very afraid, and when mortals are afraid, they are quite cruel.
That's more of that all-or-nothing thinking. There's billions of people out there now, and more differences between each and every one of them than you'd expect.
But I don't need to endanger myself anymore. I have my sheep.
Oh.
I'm sure we'll get to talking about them real soon.
We can talk about them now. They help me stay in my flat. If I stay in one place, I have power. Instead of them burning me, I can burn them. And touch them and enslave them.
With all due respect, miss, you're playing with sunshine here. Life is always going to change. That's the one thing we can be sure
sunshine.
of. Your retreating from society is only going to make it harder to face the changes ahead.
I hope everyone hears this. That's
Such as when the machines arrived.
Machines.
What machines are you talking about?
AI.
Ones in the factories.
Oh.
The ones who made me leave the bog. Did not like that very much.
Okay.
Not at all.
Oh, look, I didn't want to upset you. You're here to handle the world a little better, and that means being honest about what might happen. That makes sense?
Yes. The machines keep getting stronger. I should be ready for them.
Man versus machine.
All right. Well, let's keep talking.
They used to call me Calich Namona, the witch of the box. I like it that way. I like it when they think I'm a monster.
That's not true. That's not who you are.
Hold on a sec, Mitty. I get that there's safety in people thinking you're some kind of monster.
But
what I can't abide is you calling yourself one. Names have power. You know what they used to call me?
What they used to call you, Sam?
Fuzzy McWhiskers. Scaly Tail Sam. Ooh, Scurrying Sam.
They called me Slaughtering Sam. And as you might imagine, I didn't earn many friends with that name.
That's not very cute at all.
No, it ain't. I didn't feel cute neither. I felt like an evil bastard, and that ain't a good feeling.
It didn't say I liked being a monster. It just makes me feel safe.
This is very difficult to engage with.
Then let's find a way to help you feel safe without calling yourself a monster then, huh? But keep going.
Thank you, Sam, for doing that. Yes, yeah. Let's find a way to help you feel safe without you calling yourself your labeling. Yes.
If I want to be safe, I should show them what a monster I really am from the safety of my lair.
Well, why should you show them what a monster you are?
I don't think that was really a should statement. More like a disillusionment with I don't know.
So that they'll know to stay away, of course.
But then you kind of you're voiding yourself of a safety. This is weird because we're engaging with this in the CBT method, which is identifying your behavioral patterns, your thoughts, patterns of thought. But I would actually venture to inquire into how one alternative, or rather better ways for one to cope with feelings of insecurity and unsafety. Including having a supportive network of people around you that you can trust, rather than relying on not talking to people and shutting people out from you forever, because what you'll end up realizing is you cope with this lack of engagement and social interaction by doing things like being a Twitch streamer, streaming things online. I don't know. you know, trying to substitute that lack of genuine connection that you make, because you know that genuine connection does involve a level of fear and discomfort and risk that, you know, you seem to think that online spaces don't have, even though they do, just in a different way. And it's more important to recognize that safety can be achieved through this, you know, through genuine kinship with other people, which is not quite the same approach as, you know, pointing out the behavior, the difficult behaviors, patterns of thinking one might exhibit, but I think is they can be supplementary things anyways.
And is that the only way people will stay away?
It's the way I know. I used to put severed heads outside my cottage, but the policemen don't like that very much.
I wouldn't either.
So what if I said you should protect yourself by putting severed heads outside your place again?
I'd say you should learn otherwise. The police can be very mean.
That's what I mean. Should doesn't allow a lot of wiggle room. It might seem like it's just words, but them words can lock us up tighter in a bank vault. But let's keep talking.
Living alone is the life I know, anyway. Well, I've known for millennia. I can't survive in society now.
Yeah, fuck.
We ancient vampires are very few. I can tell you with some certainty that your client is very good at hiding her true capabilities, perhaps even from herself.
Okay.
Living alone is the life I know, anyway. Well, I've known for millennia. I can't survive in society.
You're discrediting yourself.
You know, you're what, some 1,800 years old? You're older than any government on Earth. You've seen the world change in ways none of us could dream of. Hell, you basically won the internet, and I can barely open up my Vmail program. You're way more capable than you're giving yourself credit for.
I suppose that's true. But I'm not very good with real-life people. Unless I'm eating them.
You're still disqualifying the positive by canceling out all them skills you got. You can use all that modern lingo I've barely even heard of. You dab, fam?
Oh man. Staying hip with the kids, right? I'm very good at that, of course. You could learn it from me, yes.
That was ages ago.
See what I'm saying?
You are very clever, sweetling.
You dab, fam?
It is easy to forget how small and weak mortals are. But the world is a big place full of things that might try to hurt me.
It's also a big place full of people that might try to help. It is what it is.
Well, before you face the world, why don't we start with your neighborhood? Let's start slow. Take a walk around your block, 15 minutes a day. Just spend a little time outside looking at the moon.
It's interesting that we're kind of jumping into a prescription already.
I suppose if anyone tries to hurt me, I should be able to kill them or enslave them. Very well, strange cowboy man. If anyone does kill me, I'll simply become a ghost. Then I can whisk myself up your bottom with a little ghost needle and poke at your guts.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to anyone, really. Please don't do that.
I don't think it'll come to that. Just spend some time outside and see how you feel, and we'll talk again in a month. Sound good?
Very well. I suppose my followers outside must be eager to carry my coffin home. I promised I would eat them when we got there, so shouldn't keep them waiting. Farewell then, little mouse.
Hoo-wee!
Hoo-wee!
Well done, my friend. You seem a little out of sorts. Are you quite all right?
She was something else.
Like so many of our kind, she simply struggles to adjust to a constantly changing world. I think you will be of great help to her. She clearly likes you.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
You are under my protection while you are here, Samuel. I guarantee no ghosts will travel up your posterior.
That's good to hear.
You have done excellent work tonight. Please, relax downstairs. Summer will be here before we know it, and the nights shall become short once again.
It hasn't been 4 weeks since we started. What do you mean?
Rest in peace, my friend.
Oh, the time of recording is like April, right? She did it, folks. She won the internet. You dab, fam?
Tarnation. I'm glad the kids
What
here aren't glued to their little
tarnation?
TVs. I wonder why that is. I'll bet Crimson knows.
Giddy up, little doggy.
I ain't heard that one in a while.
Truth is, I'm running out of cowboy terms. What can I get you, handsome?
How about a kind ear for my troubles?
You got a real old school way of seeing bartenders.
Is it old school? I guess it
But in
is.
this case, you're right. I am a good listener. Lay it on me.
I got this new client. Makes me feel old.
250-year-old man feels old, huh?
Yeah. But seriously, I thought I understood people, but she's from another time, like. I've been around a long time, and I ain't seen nothing quite like this internet. But my client lives there.
I will say one of the... I can't. Never mind. I'll wait till when it gets
And
quieter.
you think you can't help her because you don't understand the internet?
No, I did.
I reckon I can be of some aid. Just gotta figure out all this technology. My dial-up modem might not be up to today's standard.
Oh, it ain't, Sam. It
Maybe
ain't.
you were right. You are ancient. But I'm glad you're feeling confident, cowboy. A vampire who can adapt is a mighty fine one.
Gosh.
Here's the thing, cowboy. Nobody understands the internet. I don't feel old yet, though. Still just glad to be alive, thanks to Andy's blood.
Oh, yeah?
I know you've been curious about why I've been drinking vampire blood. You don't have to pretend. I've got a rare blood cancer. Andy's blood is what's keeping me alive.
Oh. Okay, Crimson Lore.
I'm real sorry.
I didn't say I was dying. I said I had cancer. Stop making that face. I'm just glad I found Andy. Don't think I was quite ready to die.
I, for one, am glad you're sticking around, Crimson.
Well, thank you kindly. So what'll it be, Sam? You ain't gonna dance?
Probably not.
No, I ain't gonna dance.
You owe me that story one day, cowboy. Here, have a little something I whipped up for Andy.
Herbal blood tea. Goodness, you shouldn't have.
No garlic, right?
No garlic.
Mighty kind of you. Maybe I'll take a nightcap. You have yourself a fine night, Crimson.
Adios, muchacho.
I think that's my last client for a while. My caseload's big enough. I'm starting to get overwhelmed.
Okay, so we're gonna kind of, I think at this point, after these 4, is it 4? Goodness, it's 4 people. We're gonna kind of cycle through them, make more progress in them individually. Okay. Shit, what did I want to say earlier? Yeah, one of the things I'm a little, not confused about, but it's still a little, it hasn't quite fully melded together yet, is her whole thing of being a vampire that's like the old, very, very old, like millennia, like, you know, thousands of years old, who at the same time presents as the caricature, the archetype of the youngest person with the hip, like, youth lingo and all that. I get that there's sort of a funny irony there, but I have yet to see the concepts meld together. It seems quite separate. These things are quite separate. I think maybe what they could be trying to get at is how people in these positions, you know, young people in these positions may feel like they've lived a long... No, I don't know. No, never mind. I was not cooking there. Why is that? It seems a little, not nonsensical, but like the concepts haven't melded in my head yet. I think all the other characters, the character concepts have melded together in a way that makes me like, I get why they did it that, excuse me, I get why they did it that way. I don't quite understand why they did the young e-girl vampire that way, or the old e-girl vampire that way. Maybe that comes up later as a source of like how it feels like she has been hiding for a very long time from people, and having to get out and interact with them, you know, for the first time feels incredibly exhausting and, like, you know, uncomfortable and risky and unpleasant. And your task as the therapist is to try to help her do that, and it's a particularly large barrier to overcome because she's spent so much time being alone. And this is supposed to kind of mirror the way young people feel who are in a predicament similar to this, where they've, like, because maybe they're quote unquote young, right? But for all they know, maybe they're like, you know, 20 something. They've spent all the years of their lives being in that situation of being young, of being like alone and not being able to reach out. And to them, it feels like an eternity because, you know, to them, that's their whole life, right? That's as long as it ever was. That's as long as it ever will, like, has been. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so that might be the approach for why she's like paradoxically like the oldest quote unquote vampire, but presents young as a character, is because you're supposed to kind of feel like, or rather, the sympathy extends into how she feels like she's been alone for a very long time, which is how it always feels, even if you are quote unquote a young person who's only lived a few years, right? Who's lived many years less than, you know, maybe some of the other archetypes, like the narcissistic actor, the high society old woman, the doctor, etc. Right? Other than that, I don't quite know why the old young dynamic is kind of weird to me, is what I was trying to say. And this isn't really like a case of the therapy. This is a case of the writing the characters specifically in relation to the narrative that they go through.
Maybe something from one of my books will inspire me. But then again, I could watch cartoons instead.
I could watch cartoons instead.
I used to have a crush on Betty Boop, and I ain't ashamed.
Betty Boop? Who's Betty Boop again? That sounds very familiar. Oh, that's Betty Boop. Right. I remember now. Yeah. I thought this was a cartoon. What is this? Oh, right. Okay, that's enough. That's enough cartoons. Wasn't here for the e-girl much, but I think another thing is lack of connection. Anything? Maybe? Yeah, this is currently the best era for social isolation. That's true, and maybe that's why she's the e-girl. Just because she's the social isolation character. I guess, yeah. I think, yeah, that's probably what it is it stems from the social isolation. And she's old in that it feels like out of all the times to thrive in and to be themselves and their truest character, this would be it. And so it wasn't so much that she didn't exist in all those eras and times before her, it's just that she never had the ability to thrive in any sort of relevant sense of the word. Whereas the other ones, like, you know, they have their the high society from the Renaissance era, the doctor and the medical, the boom of the academics and research, and her in this new internet era, finally, because it's something that rewards her socialization. Yeah, I could, or rather, can work with her socialization. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that could be it. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? Are they torturing him? Uh-oh. Betty Boop, no. Oh, it's a doctor. Or sorry, a dentist. Appointment. Snip. It's so interesting the way they animated the pincer, the scissors, whatever, the clamp to move like that. That's such a weird way for it to move. Oh, that makes you. Does she have a license for this operation? This seems quite dangerous without one. Groans, titters, giggles, laughs, hysterics. Okay, alright, okay. Alright, that's
They
enough
don't
of
make
that.
them like they used to. I think that's enough
They don't
action
indeed.
for one night. Time I got me some shut-eye. Good night, son.
Bad indeed.
A fine evening to you, Samuel. How are you feeling tonight?
Exhausted.
Not bad, not bad. A little overwhelmed, but I guess I kind of have a lot going on these days.
Indeed you do. The mind is an easy place to get lost in, is it not?
You ain't kidding. Keeping all them cognitive distortions in my head and sorting through all my clients' problems ain't easy.
We are not machines, Samuel. I believe you will find that you can never handle everything at once. There is a term the mortals use these days, multitasking. It's a kind of meta-control fallacy.
It's a kind of
Even we
meta
must
control
handle thoughts
fallacy.
one at a time.
Interesting.
I guess. I just
That's a
hope
good
I
way
can
to
concentrate
put
on
it,
my
actually.
own therapy with all this stuff bouncing around in my noggin.
Not saying multitasking isn't real. It's just, well, if you really can do multiple things, that just means the specific things you're, like, you know, if you really can do multiple things well without failure, or, you know, like to some effectiveness and success, then those things that you are doing are probably not very intensive. They're not very resource intensive. And if that's the case, you shouldn't, you know, technology can sort that out, methinks. And so it's not that multitasking isn't real. It's just that if you're multitasking, that means what you're doing isn't that difficult. And if it's not that difficult, you don't have to do it, right? That's what I think. But it is what it is. Maybe it is a meta control fallacy in that sense.
I do not expect you to be an exception to the rule, my dear fellow. Let us see whether we can clear your head. I would like to introduce you to a ritual I have learned for stilling the mind.
Is it meditation?
This some kind of ancient vampire secret? Something the old ones gave you that's been lost to time? Something mortals could never imagine?
No, it's just meditation.
Ah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. All too well. I used to think meditation isn't real until I realized I was actually just meditating all the time. To expand on that a bit briefly, I used to think meditation is kind of bullshit. I think we are. It's a phase, you know. And then I actually engaged with the concept seriously. And then I realized that I meditate, just not in the way that is presented perhaps in media, but like I'll sometimes just sit there and listen to the noise and not think about anything. And I'll just like, you know, I'll just sit there, or like I'll stare at a wall, or I'll just look outside into nature. And sometimes I'll think, sometimes I'll ponder alongside that. Oftentimes I do, but sometimes I also just am completely quiet and there's a stillness and it's just me kind of coming to terms with the environment I'm presently in and being mindful of that presence instead of, you know, worrying about the future or, you know, other things that are more abstract concepts. And I do that a lot. I just never realized that what I was doing is meditation. And so when I finally realized that, I was like, oh, meditation's great. I do that all the time. Fantastic.
Oh.
So you should all try it sometime if you haven't.
That does not make the technique any less valuable. Now then, close your eyes. I will guide you through this process.
Yes, Andromachos, please.
Think of a place that brings you comfort. Where is it?
I'd have to say the woods. I always liked being in nature.
Then imagine the woods and let your thoughts come to you. When you try to focus on your thoughts, you will find them difficult to catch.
And he sure is a tall glass of water. Kinda miss farting. Miss my princess. Focus, Sam, focus. What is that? I ain't got time. I ain't cut out for this therapy thing. Oh, that's what he says here. Yeah, I ain't cut out for this therapy thing.
What you must do is simply breathe. Fill your lungs and your thoughts will slow down. Simply concentrate on your thoughts for a moment and they will clear. When they become elusive once more, simply let
Wonder
your
what's
breath
on
go.
Batflix.
I shall let you begin.
I ain't cut out for this therapy thing. And it sure is a tall glass of water.
I'm supposed to shoot the statements
princess.
as a minigame? Okay.
I kinda miss farting. Focus, Sam, focus.
What am I doing? I'm holding it to breathe in. And I let go. Okay, that's what the... Acknowledge thought. How do I acknowledge the thoughts? L? I'm not playing with a controller. Please, I'm not playing with a controller. I don't know how to acknowledge the thoughts. I'm breathing in and out. I'm not sure how it can be gamified. Maybe this can help you practice your meditation. I don't know. Your meditation is just verbalizing a thought process, which means you can't do it with anyone else around. I will say, I wouldn't call that quite the same. It's not quite the same thing as... It's pleasant and it's good, but that's more like just reflection than it is meditation. Meditation is specifically sort of an emptying of the mind, or being very attuned to the present, immediate present circumstance, which helps you kind of detach from the headaches of the abstract. So you shouldn't be verbalizing your thought process when you meditate. You should be doing that when you're reflecting, but not when you're like meditating. When you're meditating, you should try to make it like, you should try to empty yourself is the idea. Is there like an easier way to do this? Goodness, meditating is so hard here. It's much easier in real life. Am I doing it right? What is going on? Am I supposed to like aim the... How do I... What does that mean? Oh, that's like a fast forward button. How do I acknowledge the thought? How do I do that? What's the I think I got it, hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I got it.
Who's got a pretty mind?
How do I get it? How do I get it?
Wonder what's on Batflex.
Oh, I gotta like focus on it. Oh, this is so hard.
Should I hook up with Reinhardt? I'm so bad at meditating.
Shut up.
I like blood from San Antonio, not New York City. Relax. Ain't no vampire hunters here.
You hook up with Reinhardt. The answer is probably no. You have no idea. This therapy minigame is way harder. This like meditation minigame is so much harder than actual meditation. Okay. I'm not playing a controller. I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah. All right. Fine, really. All them thoughts just feel like thoughts.
What sorts of things came up for you?
Well, I thought about my clients. I thought about all them cognitive distortions. My horse came up a lot.
Your horse?
Yeah. Princess. She was my horse back when I was alive. I still think about her every day. I can't really stop.
I understand. I have bonded with many horses in my own life, but it sounds as though the loss of Princess was particularly fraught.
He is a cowboy.
Yeah.
Would you like to start there?
Not sure I'd like it, but seeing as it's come up, maybe we should talk about what happened to her. It's got a lot to do with my old gang. I mentioned them before. The Mystic Bastards was their name. They were the gang to join if you had nothing to lose, and I had nothing to lose.
That sounds like some Nosferatu thinking, my friend.
Oh, I can see that now. But it turned out I still did have something to lose. And they took that from me to prove my loyalty. They took my princess. Killed her in cold blood. And made me watch the whole thing.
That's cruel.
They made sure she saw me too.
It's very unnecessarily cruel.
Oh, Samuel. I am so sorry.
I just stood there, watching her dying, with them big eyes looking at me like she knew I betrayed her. They knew what it would take to break me. And it's my fault for letting them do it.
But Samuel, these mystic bastards, it sounds as though these loyalty tests were a cruel, mechanical part of their indoctrination process.
They tend to be. Whenever there's a quote-unquote loyalty test,
These
you
are
have to
the
be a little
actions of a
mindful
cult.
and careful.
They had no special care for you or your princess.
Well, it sure as shit worked. They knew where to hit me, and it's my fault for letting it happen.
What they did, Samuel, had little to do with you personally. You were vulnerable, and they took advantage. This is what cults do.
Yeah, and it's too easy to do too. Oh.
You are exhibiting a cognitive distortion known as personalization. You are attributing the mystic bastard's actions
there's another
entirely
thing.
to your own
God.
supposed failings. While it is natural to
Oh, it's
grieve
not
for
control
your horse,
fallacy?
holding
Okay.
yourself solely responsible is neither fair nor accurate.
Hold on a sec, my head's hurting. I can't hold on to all them distortions all the time. Ain't personalization a lot like a control fallacy?
An astute observation, Samuel. Personalizations are often a form of control fallacy. While control fallacies often manifest as a belief that you have more control over external events than is actually the case, personalization is a more specific tendency to believe that external events are reactions to you. But let us leave control fallacies out of the picture for now. You are correct that keeping all distortions in mind at once is unrealistic. I would not interrupt your thoughts if I did not think personalization important. You are shouldering the blame for Princess's death. I can see that.
Well, if it ain't my fault, who else's is it?
The mystic bastards, of course. Let me put it into perspective for you. I will make a series of statements, and you help me identify the personalization distortion.
Okay.
I overslept in my coffin because I forgot to set my alarm. I beat Crimson's neck last night and missed the vein because I was distracted. It was entirely my fault. Batflix raised my subscription price again because they knew I would pay no matter what.
Wait, is that personalization?
Well, that's the personalization.
Yep, okay.
Batflix has no earthly clue who you are. They just raise their subscription prices anyway.
Just as your gang planned to isolate members from their former lives. Do you see the connection?
I guess so. I was just too stupid to see it at the time.
Ah, calling yourself stupid is what distortion?
I'm labeling myself up.
It's labeling. But I should have known anyway. I knew that crew was bad news. I just thought I was bad news too.
You should have known. That's another distortion of reality, Samuel.
All right,
You got
fine.
me, all right,
Shoot
man.
Statement, whatever. So what the hell am I supposed to do, Andy? Say nothing's ever my fault and I don't gotta know nothing? I was responsible for getting that beautiful horse killed. She trusted me, and if I'd been someone else, she wouldn't have had to die in that awful way.
You don't know that.
I am not asking you to lie to yourself. Far from it. And I am not suggesting that you absolve yourself of all responsibility. But what would you say if a friend came to you with the same story? Would you tell them what they should have done? Would you call them stupid? You said yourself that you joined your gang because they were the gang to join if you had nothing to lose. I do not think this is a circumstance most people choose.
Yeah, I suppose.
Remember, Samuel, we are trying to reframe our thinking by clarifying these distortions. I know it may feel as though I am picking on you, but I am not. Let us forget what you should have done to make room for a different distortion. You are drawing a direct link from your emotion to the death of your horse. This is a distortion called emotional reasoning.
Okay.
I understand the guilt you feel, Samuel, but your guilt does not act on its own. This terrible thing, it did happen, and some choices you made undoubtedly created the circumstances for it to occur. You are not blameless, but let us restrict your blame to what you have actually done.
I'm sorry. I get awful worked up when talking about my princess. You should have seen her, Andy. She had these eyes. She looked right into my tainted soul and still loved me.
I understand, Samuel. We feel tremendous guilt when we fail an animal. When we look at reality, it is not to dismiss our burdens, but to process them fairly. I would like you to understand emotional reasoning so you can see how emotions color our thoughts. Please listen, and call me out when I am using emotional reasoning. I feel anxious. Perhaps it is the garlic naan I smell from the Indian restaurant next door. The mood in my club is somber tonight. I am sure it is a reflection of my own dark mood.
That's the emotional reasoning right there. I don't think them folk in the club know too much about how you're feeling.
Exactly. Our emotions can feel all-encompassing, and that is purely biological. We are animals, Samuel. There is a small cluster of brain tissue at the base of the cranium that tells us we are safe or that we are about to die.
Is the amygdala? No, that's
the
amygdala.
complexity of our existence is at odds with our biology, but we have the logic to recognize it.
Well, if reincarnation's a thing, I think I'd rather come back as a horse.
I would not want to come back as a horse. That'd
It
be
is
terrible.
indeed a boon and a curse to have human complexity of thought.
No kidding. If I were a horse, I'd know better than to join any cowboy gang, let alone the Mystic Bastards. I'd be happy with a bag of oats and a field to run around in.
How did you end up with the Mystic Bastards in the first place?
Well, like I said, I didn't have much choice. Nobody would have taken me in at that point, except a hangman, maybe. I wasn't a vampire yet, so hanging didn't sound too appealing. The last job I did got my brother killed, and after that, my wife left with my daughter, and I never saw him again. Can't say I blame her. I didn't have nobody. Ain't no surprise that a vampire gang would be the only people to take me in.
Aha, so that is how you turned.
Yes, sir. It wasn't pleasant. Not the candlelight and writhing bodies sort of affair you see in mortal vampire stories.
That is terrible, Samuel. The turning is never easy. How did they find you?
That job that got my brother killed, we partnered up with one of them Mystic Bastards for it. He knew where to find me.
And he knew you were vulnerable and that you had no place to go.
I've thought about that. Were they setting me up all along? Maybe. But whether they were or not, I really didn't have any place to go. I know when them wanted dead or alive posters go up, folk find dead easier and more fun. People saw me as outlaw scum when I was a kid, and there was no way they were going to be kinder knowing I was in a gang.
You know this for a fact. You are certain that no one would have any pity on you at all. That your only recourse was to join your gang?
No, but that's what it felt like.
I guess I don't actually know that no one but the bastards would have taken me in. Sounds like a cognitive distortion, huh?
I think you see the patterns now. It may seem like pedantry, and perhaps it is, but pedantry is the search for ultimate truth.
That's a bold statement, but one I will go along with.
Spoken like a true pedant.
It comes with being terrifyingly old. You discovered the cognitive distortion before I could point it out to you. It is a cognitive distortion similar to Nosferatu thinking. So let us put that particular distortion out of our minds for now.
Okay.
Yes, things were grim for you, but your experiences caused you to assume that there were none who would favor you with a kind eye. You were exhibiting the cognitive distortion of overgeneralization, the idea that no mortal could accept you. This clouded truth made you vulnerable to the Mystic Bastard's approach.
Damn. Maybe you ain't wrong, huh? I should have joined the Foreign Legion or something. Dang it, should statement.
Your mind is not a cognitive distortion shooting gallery, Samuel. Cut
No
yourself
one's
some
is.
slack. All we seek is recognition of our distortions, not perfection and not punishment. Let us test your ability to recognize overgeneralization. Then I believe we will have covered enough for tonight. Allow me to begin. Elder vampires are insufferable. They all think they know everything.
Wait, ain't you an elder vampire? You don't seem like much of a know-it-all.
He seems a little bit like a know-it-all, but not enough for me to overgeneralize.
That's right, Samuel. Though, in all honesty, I used to be quite insufferable myself. I aspire to be more patient these days. Let me continue. It seems to me that being a werewolf is pretty rough. Vampires from Transylvania all have funny accents. I want to suck your blood. Who talks like this? I don't believe you have found all my overgeneralizations.
That was an overgeneralization. Wasn't that just kind of like a jest? Wasn't that just a...
Elder vampires are insufferable. They all think they know everything.
Wait, ain't you...
That's right, Samuel. I aspire to be
Yeah,
more...
yeah.
It seems to me that being a werewolf... Vampires from Transylvania...
Is this also...
That seems like an overgeneralization, Andy. I ain't sure any of them ever sounded like that.
Yeah, but it was kind of a Okay, I guess I just read it as a joke. I don't know why.
Pretty sure
That
they all
makes no
sound
sense.
American these days anyway from watching bat flicks all the time.
From watching bat flicks, you might get that impression. Yep.
Correct, Samuel. I apologize for the offensive accent. It was employed only to prove a point. Well done, Samuel. Your ability to identify cognitive distortions continues to impress. But let us bring things back to you. I do not ask you to absolve yourself of the things you have done. You did not have the tools to be mindful of the thought patterns that made you vulnerable to the mystic bastards. I have seen mindfulness take root in you, though, Samuel. I hope this session has been helpful to you.
Helpful that happened.
Yeah, I'm still sad. I'm still regretful about Princess. I think I'll always be. My not being mindful is what killed her. Every time I think about it, I just know I'm a terrible person who messes everything up. But I think the awareness helps.
It does. Then please tell me what cognitive distortion you just exemplified.
Uh-oh.
Was it emotional reasoning, overgeneralization, or personalization?
It's all of them.
I guess it was kind of all of them.
That's only because I wasn't quite paying enough attention to identify the distortion.
Masterful deduction, Samuel. Your sense of self-awareness is most impressive.
Thank you.
Remember, cognitive distortions are not a cudgel to beat yourself with.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. If we're spouting cognitive distortions all the time, ain't my clients gonna be mad at my constantly interrupting them?
You continue to impress. Yes, we cannot bully our clients with distortions. Thus, I find it is best to clear our minds and focus on a few during each session. Keeping endless distortions in mind is not easy for a therapist either, after all. I think we have done excellent work tonight, and I'm certain you've built up a thirst. I know this evening was emotionally intense. Ask Crimson for some scotch.
Drinking booze ain't exactly compatible with our biology, Andy.
By scotch, I mean Scottish blood. It's iron-rich and quite delicious. I age it in whiskey barrels.
That sounds pretty nice. I might just do that and call it an early night.
As you wish, Samuel. Rest well, and do not lasso yourself so tightly, as you say. You are deserving of love, especially from yourself.
I'm just gonna leave before I get more embarrassed.
Very well, Samuel. Rest in peace, my friend.
Good session. Good session. Quite reflective of oneself. That's good. Scotch, was it? That sounds nice. Scottish blood.
Samuel, greetings. You are seeing Dr. Drain again tonight, yes?
We're seeing Dr. Drain again tonight. Oh boy. Oh boy. So contemplate the idea of a horse together. No, it's not. I don't think we need to. So it feels like no specific thought, just speaking as if my mind just having. I think that's good. That's good too. I think it's meditation of some kind, but not quite the meditation spoken of here. And I think there is good to be. There is reason to make that distinction between kind of like an airing one's thoughts out, and then being attuned to sounds around you. It's like it's a little. These are two good things, but they're two different things, I think.
That's right. I'm keen to see how he's getting on. That fella's got himself wrapped up real tight.
Do not expect too much change too quickly. It takes a while for thoughts to internalize, even when we know the truth of them logically. It took me only 2,800 years or so to internalize what I needed.
I don't think the doc's gonna be too keen to wait that long.
I do not think he will have to. Unlike myself, he has you to guide him.
Oh gosh, I barely know what I'm doing, boss. I'm not sure I can keep track of all these new distortions I know about.
I do not expect you to. We humans are distortion machines, my friend. But let us ensure we address Dr. Drain's core distortion. You know what it is, don't you?
Being a big old grumpus. I was thinking it's the should statements, because he's kind of like, oh, I should do this, and like bearing a lot of responsibility for what he needs to be doing.
That fella's a should statement machine, I'll tell you what.
That's right. We can be certain he will carry this distortion with him, but I would like you to pick the rest to keep in mind, Samuel. Up until this point, you have addressed client distortions in small clusters. But now that you are aware of more cognitive distortions, you will notice them everywhere. We must not use cognitive distortions as weapons to beat our clients with.
Yeah.
So pick 4 more to keep in mind during your session.
But what do I do if I detect he's showing the distortions I'm putting aside?
You do not need to address all of them, my friend. You will not catch every distortion, and if you did, I believe your clients would find you irritating. I do not alert you to half of your cognitive distortions. We know that Dr. Drain will exhibit should statements. What else do you think he will come to this session with?
Oh, that's how they're gonna do this going forward. Interesting. You choose the kind of things that you think are gonna happen in his patterns to identify, but you don't do all of them. Ah. Interesting. But the game has a set amount of dialogue that does contain those statements that you can talk. Okay, interesting. Ah. This is quite interesting. I think labeling and control fallacy are big for him. Qualifying the positive too. I think these are big things for him. Maybe personalization. Yeah, okay.
I think I've got what I need now.
Very good, Samuel. I will leave you to it. Have confidence. It is well earned.
I guess I just gotta believe you. All right, Andy, I'll do my best.
I know you will. I will see you after your session.
I think I'm ready, and here comes the man himself.
All right, round two. Round two.
I have partaken of my awful plasma almost every night. I am more monster than man now.
I haven't had the chance to say anything yet, Dr. Drain. Good to see you again, Dr. Drain.
Yes, well, I wish I could say the same. I have not had the most productive month. Back on this productive wagon, huh? Last time we were talking about all them should statements. Yes, exactly. And what a waste of time that was. I took what we spoke about to heart, you know, like a fool.
Oh,
but the
boy.
should statements, as you so tritely put them, were the only thing holding me together. You ignored the addiction problem I came to you with. Nay, worse, you told me it was fine. And oh, how eager I was to test that theory. I have partaken of my awful plasma almost every night. I am more monster than man now. Compadre, you are a labeling machine tonight. Let's slow down and see if we can talk through what's been happening. Let's start with this monster label. Last time you told me that this plasma of yours just made you let loose a little. That don't sound too monstrous to me. You forget, Sam. We are vampires. When we let loose, all the world suffers. Sounds to me like we could be having a fruitful conversation about moderation. I have a better idea. Seeing as you do not understand the gravity of the situation, I will make you understand. This is the plasma I've spoken of. Pure vampiric essence. I will show you how should statements are the remnants of our humanity. We should not be so quick to cast them away.
Isn't that just more shoulds?
I agree with you that should statements are human, but that don't make them universal. That's the point I'm trying to make. There's lots of ways to live, Doc. That is exactly the problem, Sam. We don't live. And this is the result most dire. Witness the wages of our sin.
The wages of our sin.
Now, hold on a sec, Doc. I think we better... The time for caution is over. Goodbye, Sam.
What
in hell?
What the hell is that? What happened?
Does it feel good to be alive? And who are you, darling? I'm Sam. I'm your therapist, Doc. You know that. My therapist.
No, okay. All right, I see what this is. Yeah.
How wonderful. How absolutely pathetic. A vampire therapist.
That's the game. That's the game. That's the name of the game we're playing.
You are, Dr. Drain. Allow me to introduce myself, then. I am Lord Lyritus, and unlike that sad sack of quivering shit you've been talking to, I am a vampire. I kill, I drink, I fuck, and I'm dead sexy.
Comment on his posture.
I gotta say, you're looking more relaxed, Doc. Because I have nothing to hide, unlike Dr. Drain, the little twerp. If not for these restrictive clothes, I'd be rubbing my balls over this delightfully soft couch.
Yeah. Gosh. How crude. All of them. How crude.
Oh, now, what'd that couch ever do to you? Yes, I see it in your eyes. You're afraid, aren't you, American? Your Puritan blood chills at the sight of me.
Sir, do not rub your balls on the therapy couch. God. Oh, what a mess. Your Puritan blood chills at the sight of me. Yeah, well, it's just decency, right? Isn't it just common decency? You can do that in your own time, but this is therapy.
Maybe I'll warm it up before I drain it from you and turn you into a husk with a stupid hat. I wouldn't try it. I'm not you, though, am I? And I am always hungry. I suggest you stay right where you are. A vampire with a gun? Oh, how our kind have fallen. What are you going to do, cowboy? Kill me? Nope, but I can make sure the next few months ain't fun for you. Oh, how very kind of you to care about me, darling. It'll be our dear Dr. Drain who suffers. But I need the little worm for now, so I suppose I'll let you live. Mighty kind of you. Now you just settle on down and we're gonna have a chat. Ugh, talking. We are animals. We are not meant for talking. But very well.
How do we diagnose, like... How do we diagnose this? Do we just call it what it is? Do we just say mild touch of schizophrenia for the good doctor, or is it kind of like a drug triggered thing? Is it a is it a Frankenstein's monster? Is it a Hulk? What is this? Whatever this is, I don't know how to begin.
At least give me something to drink. I can rely on your piteous human blood to do me that kindness, yes? All right, but I'm watching you, hombre. Look all you like. The show is free. This is better than the swill I usually prefer. I'm more of a quantity over quality sort of creature.
It seems that way,
yeah,
yes.
I know your kind. I used to be a lot like you. And I suppose now you are just as repressed as the sad creature that exerts control over this luscious body of mine. I'm more free than I've ever been, but don't you worry about me. Let's talk about you. You're going to psychoanalyze me. I live according to my nature. You might as well interview a lion. Now, we'll see about that. I'm sure you are the way you are for a reason. You're not wrong about that. You know the answer already. Dr. Drain needs me. I am what is missing in his unlife.
I have no idea what that even is. What the fuck is that? What's going on? What's he doing? What is going on? I don't know. I'm not equipped for this. You are what is missing in his unlife. No. Fuck.
This Lord Lourdes seems to have a very egocentric view of the world.
Yeah.
How would you classify this?
You're not wrong about
that. Is it personalization?
You think this is
okay,
all about
okay.
you, but you're damn wrong. It's about Dr. Drain. Please. The man could die. Has died. And it hasn't made a damn bit of difference to anyone. Without me, he barely even has an existence. Poor fool. His penis was nearly mummified when I got hold of it.
Goodness, how crude.
Okay, that's gross, and also wrong. Dr. Drain existed long before you did. If you call that an existence, I am his hidden strength. I am his true essence. He is nothing without me, which he already realizes.
Fuck.
Lord Lourdes seems to believe Dr. Drain is a completely insignificant part of his existence. Is this true, Samuel?
It's you're disqualifying.
I am his true
You're disqualifying the positive of
me.
Dr. Drain's
You're forgetting
contributions.
something. A lot of who you are is because of Dr. Drain. You know that fella denies himself a lot, and you do all them things he refrains from. Besides, didn't he make that plasma you sprung from? Do you know? You're absolutely correct. Very well. I'll give the little twerp his credit. He did bring me into existence, and what a wonderful existence it is.
What a wonderful world.
Were you aware that vampires possess absolutely no gag reflex? I can prove it.
You seem very eager to do that, and I'm happy for you, but maybe now's not the time, because now is your therapy session. Lord Luridus.
I don't mess with my clients, but I'm not your client. That little rat man in tweed is. Of course he would deny himself the pleasure. You hear him talk about what he should do, but the sad creature cannot do those things. He should give in to me, and thanks to you, he has begun to.
That's just, there's more should
Come on now,
statements,
you're
man.
really countering his shoulds with your shoulds? I think that proves there ain't no such thing as a should everyone agrees on. But my shoulds are so much more entertaining. His have only bred him hundreds of years of pathetic existence.
Yeah, this is not pathetic.
Well, that don't make a damn bit of difference. I bet there are vampires a hell of a lot more depraved than you who think you should be doing things differently. Really? Oh, you must introduce me. If there are holes I don't know about, I should very much like to know where they are.
Okay, right. We're getting into this now. Okay.
There. How old are you anyway?
How old are you anyway?
Dr. Drain's been summoning me for 14 years now.
You're 14? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, go back to school. Nuh-uh.
Well, things are starting to make a lot more sense. You certainly sound like a 14-year-old. The transformation has already begun. I will subsume him. His body and his mind will belong to me completely, and Dr. Drain will cease to be. You're awful confident about that, but I got bad news for you. You don't control Dr. Drain, he controls you.
There's not much control to do either.
Oh, darling. The little doctor controls nothing at all, least of all himself. Make no mistake, he shall be mine. Oh yeah, and how do you know that? I know the little wretch far better than you do. He hasn't changed in centuries. Was he in therapy then? No, only in the modern age do we make do with such delusional exercises.
Delusional.
So not everything he does is predictable. I don't think you got a good reason to be so confident. Are you trying to fill my head with doubts? Do you even think that such a thing is possible? There is no such thing as doubt for beings such as we. We live or we die. That's all. And I will live.
Somewhere we can have the Nosferatu thinking.
I notice a funny way you and Dr. Drain talk about each other, as though you're totally different people. You really think that's true? Have you spoken with our pathetic little doctor? You know, he doesn't drink real blood. That's why he's so weak. Hold on, how's he even alive if he's not drinking blood? Oh, the little ball of shame didn't tell you. He's not even a vampire. He drinks that synthetic trash he produces instead of real blood. Seems to me you got a pretty dang narrow definition of what it means to be a vampire.
Also, isn't the point of him not to drink real blood is to drink synthetic blood? Isn't that the point of his? And so this vial of synthetic blood is that what that is?
Heck, I don't see you wearing a cape. You sure you ain't just a regular mortal? Don't be a fool. There is a minimum requirement for being a vampire, that's all. And Dr. Drain does not meet it. He's an embarrassment to our kind, and worse, an embarrassment to me. I wouldn't be surprised if he were a 400-year-old virgin. If it weren't for me, his cock would have shriveled up like a raisin.
Please stop describing Dr. Drain's private parts.
I think I'm gonna surprise you, Lord, whatever you're calling yourself, but I think you're right. Dr. Drain does need you. But like it or not, you need him too. How very bloody dare you? What possible use could I have for a little turd like him? And none at all, long as you keep calling him names. You keep thinking of him as being a turd, and that's all he's gonna be.
But really, you need him. You don't exist without him. You're all of his repressed thoughts.
I admit, Dr. Drain might have a thing or two to learn from you. But he ain't gonna learn as long as you keep antagonizing him.
That's not what he said,
Oh, come now. The little worm likes it. He is far better at hating Dr. Drain than I am, and I find him entirely loathsome. Then you ain't giving him room to grow. How would you feel if someone just called you an animal? I am an animal. Pure and perfect. I don't care what anyone thinks of me. Vampires ain't animals. Not even the worst of us. The moment we learned to talk and reason, living like beasts was out the window. What a strange creature you are. You dress like a buffoon, but speak like a philosopher.
Hey, I did not appreciate that comment. How dare you? I dress just fine. Right? What do I look like now? I look just fine. I don't know what he's talking about. I look just fine. Alright.
The buffoon is the more admirable of the two. At least he's honest. You and Dr. Drain lie and lie and lie to justify your existence. It's ridiculous to suggest that I need him. What could I possibly need him for? When I tire, I sleep. When I lust, I fuck. When I thirst, I kill. As it should be.
There it is again, that simple thinking and them shoulds that are only yours. Come the hell on. You think we vampires should just go on autopilot? Fuck, sleep, kill, repeat?
It is quite, void and hollow. It's difficult to tell someone who's kind of in the heat of the hedonism that's what's happening. Because when you're within that, you're so, like, caught up by it. Something I have trouble trying to deal with, which I suppose the game is tackling here, right?
Well, naturally, we should ensure that those things are fun. Otherwise, what's the point in doing them? That's it right there. I agree with you entirely. About time. I'll remove my clothing then. Or perhaps I'll remove yours.
Are we a few sentences away from a yaoi cutscene? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I can't tell.
Not so fast. You're missing the point. If we're doing these things because they're fun, well, everybody's got their own idea of fun. That's our human experience at work. Like me, for instance. I'm more of a high intimacy kind of lover.
Oh, boff. You managed to make even delightful things seem so heinous.
I'm only speaking the truth. What makes you so damn sure you know what being a vampire is anyway? Why do you think you've got it all figured out?
Lie to yourself all you like, darling. We're all alike. I know what you crave. Oh, that poor mortal had a family. Who gives a damn? I'm thirsty. That poor mortal must consume in order to live, and so must I. He simply pretends not to enjoy it. I don't need to do any such thing. I love to kill. I love the taste of blood. Why would I love it if it weren't the only way to live?
Point is, you're gonna get real fucking bored if you don't find a reason to do what you're doing.
Do you think I need a purpose? That's a mortal concern. I don't need a fucking legacy. I need blood. The only thing I should do is what I was made to do.
You're just as bad as Dr. Drain with all them should statements. He keeps talking about what he shouldn't do, and you keep talking about what you should do. You both act so damn sure of yourselves. You're so damn sure blood is all you need.
Oh, did I forget to mention all the fucking?
No, but hombre, you live forever. Food and sex is enough for animals. They got short lives. They get threatened and they die real quick.
It's true.
I know a lot of vampires who live like animals, and every single one of them is lost. Like him or not, Dr. Drain is your reason for living. Hell, if he didn't make this plasma stuff, you'd still be buried deep somewhere in his head.
Fuck you. Dr. Drain is a pathetic little liar, and I will destroy him.
It feels like
That's
we're
what he
not.
wants.
It feels like the progress is getting worse. Why does it feel like every battle is an uphill one? Goodness.
If you're gonna kill me, you'd better be a quicker draw than I am. You wanna try your luck, compadre?
No need. I do thirst, though, and I smell something downstairs. I smell mortals and virgins. Oh, how delicious. You've been holding out on me, cowboy.
You can drink what's in that bottle till Dr. Drain comes back. I ain't letting the likes of you near them people.
At least you're aware enough to know that I am a ravenous beast.
This is labeling.
And beast that I am, I must kill.
I can't click on the labeling button, but
you will do no such thing to my mortals. Restrain yourself.
All right, thank you, Andromahos.
Oh, now who is this beautiful morsel?
I am far older than any blood you have ever tasted, whelp. Do not dare to think you can overpower me.
Don't threaten me with a good time, daddy.
Is this like... I can't tell if I feel threatened or I don't know.
I will keep this poor animal contained, Samuel. You did excellent work in handling him. Deserve some rest. I will meet with you later.
If you're sure.
Do not worry. I have no need to hurt.
Well, now I'm just disappointed. All right, Andy. I'll talk to you later. And Lord Lurid, or whatever your name is, think about what we talked about, huh? Dr. Drain's got something you need. Oh, Vom, get out of here already. Not you two.
Oh my goodness. How is every... I got an achievement for surviving the session. Oh. Maybe it does make sense for him to bring a gun to his therapy sessions. Oh.
Tornation. Barely walked out of that one alive. And I thought therapy was just talking.
I thought so too. Oh. Oh my god, that's rough.
Well, I could use a drink.
If it isn't the Lone Ranger.
Hey, Crimson.
You look a little down, cowboy. Have a shot.
I don't mind if I do.
Rough one tonight.
Well, you could say
very
that.
Rough.
My client went a little feral. Tried to attack me.
Does this happen all the time in
That
therapy?
ain't good. I hope you booted their ass out.
Well, here's the thing. He wasn't himself. The fella, he can't stand being a vampire, so the vampire comes out in nasty ways.
Don't put yourself into too much danger, cowboy. Cleaning up a pile of ashes isn't my idea of a good night. So what? He just went and turned into a monster?
More or less. Went from a restrained fella to a hedonist beast.
How do you think you handled it?
As well as I could have, which is not quite very well, but it's the best I could have done, really.
I think I did all right. I learned a whole bunch of cognitive distortions now, so I was still able to challenge the beast. Well, the way I figure it, he's still desperate for help, even if he doesn't act like it.
I can see why Andy likes you. A heart's still beating in there.
I'm a creature of the night, too. I just want to help my kin.
People like talking to you, cowboy. They can't help sharing their lives with you. Whatever it is about you, folks are always going to prefer talking to you over killing you.
I sure hope that's the case, Crimson.
I surely do hope you're right.
Yep, that's
You know my big secret already. I wouldn't have told it to you if I didn't believe in you.
Well, that's mighty kind of you, Crimson. I'm humbled.
Quit it with the aw shucks stuff. Now you're just trying to be cute.
And making success.
Oh my goodness, he's back.
Oh, hey, it's my little buddies. How's it going, kids?
How's it going, kids?
Bad.
I'm sorry to hear that, Maxie. What's going on?
Make some room, Kinder. I've got customers to serve. Go talk in the kink room.
Would you like to chat in the kink room, Maxie?
I would like that very much.
So what's going on, Maxie?
My boss yelled at me today and made me sad.
It is what it is.
Well, what happened?
Someone injected a malicious SQL query into our API and used it to execute code. We did not have our queries parameterized, so they were able to drop the user table entirely.
Oh wow, they do work in IT.
I warned the back-end developers that this would happen, but I got all of the blame.
That sounds like a real mess, Maxie. Reminds me of the time I forgot to lock the gate on a cattle drive. By morning, every last cow was gone, just like your
user table thing.
Well, maybe your boss was hopping mad, but I bet next time they'll listen to you.
Am I the only one who is now aroused?
It seems like everyone is all the time. That's the theme of this game, I suppose.
No, Reinhardt, I am also aroused.
Yep, yep.
Okay, get on over here and pass me some neck.
So I can't hit the red, but then it's like hovering all over the red. What do I do?
Oh no, I have only my collar to protect me from vampires. Who will rescue me?
Seems you're safer than me than you should be.
Leave my Arterian alone.
Dang it, what's wrong with me tonight?
I can't. I don't know how this minigame works. I don't know.
I feel as though
What was the difference? I did the same thing in the same position. Okay.
I'm well acquainted with this feeling, Hazi.
And I'm confused.
And you will be once more.
I think that's my cue to get to my coffin.
You scared the American away, Maxie.
I suppose I am a very bad girl.
All right, I'm out. Bedtime for Sam. I'll see you kids later.
It's kind of weird, but it is what it is.
Samuel, greetings.
Okay, we're back at this checkpoint.
Oh, hey, Andy.
What is wrong, my friend? You don't seem your chipper American self.
I guess I ain't too happy to be seeing tonight's client. I'm still feeling the tongue lashing she
Oh,
gave
we're
me
on to the
last
new
time.
client. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Ah, yes, the Senora d'Este. She certainly has a way with words.
I'm a bit tired. I think I'll end there. I think it's a good stream. I think we can go into Senora d'Este next time. Isabella. Right now I'm I don't know what it is about the 3 sessions we did today, but they seemed even more exhausting than the last ones. There was the stage actor, Edmund, and then there was the e-girl. What was her name? What was her name? Med. Yeah, Medi. There was the stage actor, the e-girl, and then we saw Drain again, but then we kind of, it's like we saw this other side of him, this hedonist beast that was frankly very crude. Not inaccurate to the experience, I would imagine, but it is what it is. People shoving their balls into the couch, as it were, is, I believe, a common. I hope it's not too common a thing that happens in therapy, but I can only imagine that it's possible that has happened, or it will continue to. Oh, I don't know. I feel drained. I feel really exhausted doing these streams in a good way. Then you know what? Let's go back to So I saved already. Let me just do that again because I do that. I like to save like 5 times before I quit just in case. Let's come here. Let's come here. This. Here it is. It does that every time. Okay, yeah. Just wanted to come back here real quick. And the roof sunbathing for hours to get your rest too. Yes. Maybe it's also because of recent events. I'm a little drained and exhausted as well. But this game is exhausting. I don't think I've ever played a game that I felt so tired afterwards. All the other games I've ever streamed, even Class of 09 to some extent, I didn't feel tired per se, but I felt Class of 09 felt like I survived it, really. But it didn't feel like exhausting, like really emotionally exhausting. And I think that's maybe a good sign because, or rather that's an intentional part of the game, Vampire Therapist, where you're meant to, these are supposed to be very like draining encounters, like quite literally, well, literally draining, but also like, you know, figuratively draining. But that's kind of like the whole point of therapy. Like if it was easy and if it was like stuff that's digestible, like super easy, super digestible and quick, and then it wouldn't be something that people would need. It wouldn't be an accurate portrayal of what people need to go to therapy for. Obviously these are exaggerated, fictionalized circumstances of vampires who are not real, but nonetheless very resonant and real themes, maybe perhaps played to some dramatic effects, but nonetheless present in things that people suffer through. I will say that it's, in terms of the way the game is designed, there is some things to be desired that have revealed to me now in the second session more clearly. And that one of the main things is because of how exhausting this is when you're trying really hard to, you know, delve and immerse yourself into the therapist role of the game, that the pacing feels a bit slow in that regard. Like, it feels not slow in the way that's like, oh, nothing's happening, it's not interesting, but it's slow in the way that's like, there's so much and it's so heavy, or rather like it weighs so heavily on your head, and you're kind of asked to actively engage with it, both just by reading the text, but also sometimes in responding to it and labeling the distortions is what they call it. Yes, the distortions. And because of that, I feel way too like these 3 hours felt like 7 hours, man, of playing the game. It was enjoyable, but it was also very like tiring. Like, it took a lot out of me, and that's the nature of the game. That's good, but I think what I would enjoy more, or what I think might improve my experience with the game, was if they had more frequent and obvious breaks in between. And I think, you know, obviously there is, and it takes the form of the sessions that happen, right? There's 1 or 2 sessions every day, and you can kind of like chunk your time according to that, and then you do a session with Andromachos for yourself, right? And you can chunk it so that it's like a chapter in every time you do a session. But but maybe I'm just also like thinking of it, I'm a bit time conscious in the sense that I want it to be dispersed in blocks that make sense temporally. I don't know. All this to say that the game is very exhausting. There was like a 31 shampoo. But it doesn't say resin certain paint stripper. It's definitely, to what I understand of therapy, very accurate of what it is. And this might also be compounded by not the headache of it, but something that's been occupying my head a lot, which I want to talk about now. So it's the end of the, okay, we'll stop talking about Vampire Therapist, you know? If we're done with today's session. It was good, I enjoyed it. It was just I do also want to talk about one more thing that some of you may have seen on Twitter. If not, then I, you know, repeat it again here. Sigma, yes. So what I wanted to talk about was the announcement of the graduation and the cessation of activities of VTuber Amelia Watson from Hololive English. This isn't my graduation, no, but it does make me think about mine, but it's not. This is the graduation of someone else, another VTuber who I, you know, effectively speaking, for all intents and purposes, is the first VTuber I ever followed, which is really interesting. That, you know, I now have to, in my current, like, interesting in the sense, in a meta perspective of like me thinking about what I'm doing, that this is now a reality I have to confront and face, which you know, to sum up in words that are few, that don't number much, I think I get it now. Is the way I would sum it up. It's weighed in my head. It's something that I expected to happen, not now, but I expected it to happen at some point. Of the people I do watch, I expected, you know, well, it only makes sense that the first person to graduate would be the person that's been doing it for the longest, and that happened to be Amelia Watson. Baron fell in love with Hatsune Miku and has to say goodbye. It's a lot of like respect and admiration for like what she's done. I've probably talked about it before, but you know, it bears repeating, and I'll repeat it again briefly here. That she's one of the big inspirations for me to do this. I think I recall, and I might have told this on stream, right? This kind of turning point moment in me. When I think it was when I first watched the debut of like that generation from Hololive, the Hololive VTubers, and Myth, their generation, specifically Amelia, was like the one I watched the most out of it, and the one I enjoyed the most. I think it was that was a turning point for me. That was when I looked at it, and it went from this interesting but kind of small niche thing, subculture, that exists mainly in a Japanese context of Japanese pop culture and media, to like this sort of worldwide thing, a phenomenon that can be understood in my own language, and yet that was the first time when I was like, oh, this isn't just some niche subculture far away from me. This is a very possible and interesting thing to engage, that I can engage with. And that was a turning point. It's kind of I was just looking at the existence of Amelia Watson essentially and going like, holy shit, I wonder if I could do that. And that's, that's something that weighs a lot in my head. And so to sort of see the announcement that, she's gonna have to step down, stop doing it because it's taxing and exhausting, and she wants to move on in her life in a different direction. Completely understandable. Makes perfect sense. It's not unheard of. It's not like a big shock in that sense. It wasn't an inevitability. But what made it shocking is how rather it feels quite soon. All I will say is, like, obviously I'm like, it's not like a tragedy. It's not a personal tragedy that happened to me. I haven't taken it personally. I would struggle to think that I could. But it's an interesting thing to reflect on and think about, because I've not had an experience like that at all, because it's not quite the same as a departure as it is from like the finality and mortality and death that one might be accustomed to in things like funerals and all that. So it's not that. It's not like a funeral, but it's also not quite just like a departure. It's not just we're just like, it's not just quite maybe leaving an environment or whatever. I've gone too soon. But it's I'm sure this means nothing to most of you. That's fine. That's fine. I think there's probably not that much of an overlap between people who watch what I watch and people who watch me. I think there's probably not that much of an overlap. But yeah, this was definitely a news to think about and be beholden to, that I don't know how to process quite yet. Not in like a, oh my god, this is shocking and my life is turned upside down. But in like a, that's never happened before. I wonder how I really feel about that. And in that sense, I think it's quite fitting that we're doing the therapy stream, the therapy sessions this week. Yeah, and because of that, I don't know. I'm not sure what else to say beyond just that. I don't feel bad about the news. I don't feel great either. It's kind of going through the same thing right now as a huge Sneezy Sanji Ian fans, the multiple graduates. I feel that. Yeah, I get it. It's the thing. Yeah, it's quite the thing, because there's VTubing is a little different from. It's like, I don't know if this at all might be relevant to you folk either, but I also really enjoyed Matthew Patrick 13, aka the game theorists, or hey, it's just a theory guy. I remember watching him since his second video. It wasn't his first video, was Chrono Trigger, and his second video was Sonic the Hedgehog, I believe, or something like that. It was one of his first few ones. I remember watching that, and when it came out, because I'm old. I'm like 60 years old, right? But I remember watching that and then being hooked, and then really digging. I dug it. I dug his formula. I liked the what he did with his content. I liked his approach to nerd facts and trivia and stuff. and theories and you know, applying certain things that are sort of, you know, educational and academic, maybe not academic, but educational, to like spheres of entertainment, of pop culture entertainment. I thought that was fun. I thought the concept was really nice, and I appreciated more than anything the effort he put into, you know, to educate. That is what he was doing. He was doing other, it was entertaining too, but you know, there was an element of it that was educational. Regardless, when he announced he would leave, you know, obviously somber day for the internet and all that, and for the YouTube part of it at least, but it's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. He's just like, he's kind of a guy who, like, he's still going to be around, of course, and you know, he's hanging around, and but he wants to focus on his, you know, his life and his, you know, his family, like him and Stephanie as well. I think Stephanie is also stepping down in the same capacity, his wife, who also did a lot of work relating to the Game Theory channel, but also in their branding and their business outside of it. So again, not to discredit any of the work that Stephanie did, but I kind of grew up watching my pet, so he's kind of like the first one that kind of like I latched onto, right? But then when they announced that they were leaving YouTube or retiring or whatnot, I didn't feel at all like I'm feeling right now. It felt very much like a Hall of Fame, you know. He's going, oh my, it's a celebration of what he's done, and it's really good that everyone, you know, that his legacy was like this, and he was able to leave it before being a creep or whatever, which so many YouTubers tend to be, like all of them. Anyways, yeah, it didn't feel mournful at all. There wasn't any stage of mourning or whatnot, but maybe it's also because I outgrew his content some time back. I didn't really enjoy watching his content that much anymore. I would tune in occasionally, but it was kind of like, oh, okay, I've grown a little out of it, but I respect and I like what he's doing nonetheless, as like objectively, like I like that it exists, should I say. And seeing him retire was just kind of, maybe I retired his content out of my mind before the opposite hit, and that might be different for like the case of Amelia Watson, where I was still watching her streams. Like the last stream I really sat down to watch as it was going on was the Elden Ring stream she did a few weeks ago. I think it was before like the concert they did or whatever. If you don't know anything about Hololive lore, this like makes no sense, like the whole concerts and like everything, but that's just what they do as VTubers there. Anyways, like, yes, Amelia is the first part of the first generation of big English speaking VTubers. That's right, alongside her other gen mates who the most popular, so there's like 4 others. There's Ina, Kiara, Callie, and Gura. And Callie and Gura, the latter, are the biggest ones, I believe, from this generation. And just like they're almost unanimous, they're almost like the face of VTubing to some extent because of how wildly successful they are, or they have been in the Western sphere at least, which is really interesting. And I, as an English-speaking VTuber, have to at least acknowledge that, even if I wasn't watching them, but I am, or I was, or I am, I still am, I still watch them from time to time, yeah. It's the you know, the old guard. They're not like Gen Zero in the sense that there's still many generations of talents that came before them. They're just that they're from the JP branch, which was like the original branch of where this all kind of stems from, this VTubing, this idol. And the term graduation as well is like borrowed from idol culture in Japan. So it's not, you know, we have to be wary of how transitive that word is to like different contexts and cultures. But yeah, it's interesting that it's happening now. It solidifies some of the thoughts I had in my head, opens up new others, makes me think a lot about mortality and the finality and the end of it all, the sort of oblivion that a VTuber faces that is quite different from the departure of a scene from like a YouTuber or a streamer, you know, and maybe more akin to the retirement of a wrestler, but even when it's a wrestler, it's like, you know, there's still a person more than there's a character in the kayfabe. But then when a VTuber retires, the character, the avatar, the sort of, yeah, the avatar that's attached to them is effectively retired forever. And so when that happens, it feels very different from, say, MathPat not doing a YouTube video again. Like it feels somewhat different because it feels almost like a part of the character kind of passes on. But it's not like death, it's not a funeral, but there's something unshakable about this phenomenon. At least in my subjective experience that I now understand. I think I understood from secondhand. I understood in secondhand, thirdhand experiences from, like, I know people knowing people who would like watch certain VTubers who graduate, and also kind of like witnessing community reactions to it. But this is the first time it's been, you know, effectively, right? It's been a little personal. This is the first time that it's been the case. So having to think about that is interesting, and it's kind of fun. I think it's kind of fun to think about, but it's also a little somber. It's also, I have yet to make sense of the emotions I feel. That's the way I put it. That's my therapy session. That's me going through therapy this week. Charis, I don't need therapy. Euphranor, of course. The only streamer I watched, Matthew Pathy, was a mass part of formative adolescence years. Those. So, with YouTubers, you can generally know that life goes on in relationships more of indirect, especially since not streamer. I mean, all VTubers are characters. They're all yeah. So, there's this sort of oblivion or retirement of a character. You don't see the character anymore that you've associated with their voice and their charm, and you obviously know there's a real person behind it. It's not like no one is lied to and is truthfully, or hopefully no one is. That'd be kind of bad if you were, and you actually should seek therapy. If you believe that there is no person behind it, the character is just the character. No, it's like a stage play, if you will. Think of it that way. We're a bit like actors in a stage play. There's a voice behind it, there's a person behind the character, but the character nonetheless breathes life and is what it, you know, should be taken in the kayfabe seriously, right? Or taken without that, or with that in mind, but not with that in the way. And so eventually, you might have to also face the oblivion that I face now. You know, you might have to, at some point, face the graduation or oblivion or cessation of activities that of someone you follow and watch as a streamer, as a VTuber, that I have to right now. And maybe the circumstances will be different, but I can't tell you, I can't promise to do this forever. I would hope to, but I can't promise. Not because, you know, I don't like it anymore, but perhaps there's more opportunities that I must take. And more things I must pursue, different things in life to be pursued. And so the actor must leave the character. It's a sad state of affairs for people who are fans of the character, but it's also not in itself a tragedy. It's sort of a natural thing that happens. It goes on. And so I don't, although I don't quite talk about it all the time, I am at every moment thinking about the end, if that makes sense. I know what will happen when I graduate. I know, and I've thought, of the 2 years or something, or multiple years I've spent thinking about VTubing, I spent more time thinking about how it would end than how it would start. I spent more time thinking about how it would end. I know how it will end. I don't know when, I just know how it will. I roughly know how it will. And this isn't to like scare you. It's not like quite fear, but it is to say that it's not like completely a foreign concept that's been just introduced to me. I've always been thinking about it. And the sort of graduation of this particular VTuber, the one that I follow, and I've been following since their introduction, I suppose, is something that solidifies some of the suspicions and things I was thinking about, the themes I wanted to tackle. that I can't disclose. I can't disclose what's in my head, all of it, to you. A lot of it is because some of it is confidential and private. But I can say that it's really compelling to think about the cessation of a VTuber in a way that's unlike anything I've ever thought of before. It's not like death. It's not like departure. It's not quite like retirement. It's not quite like any of these things. It's a very unique thing in itself. One that, you know, could have a thesis written on, and not to say there isn't. Just stand there. Oh man, you won't have to bother with her. Classic philosopher response. My mind has lost its foundation. Mine own heart is aloft with thy wind. And praise to thee. Now I leave you as you did. Thing is, you will get the. You know what's funny is like I'm really good at coming up with titles, but not actually the thing in itself. The writing, the thesis, whatever it itself. I could give you a title. I can give you 5. And the titles can reveal how very precisely and very concisely how I think about that certain issue that would be written, but I won't write it because I'm lazy. I can give you everything in that, the summation of the ideas, just not the evaluation. Sorry, just not the elaboration of it. Death, retirement, and graduation. The finality of a VTuber. There, that's the title. That's the title. That's the title. That's the title. Yep, I got it. Death, retirement, graduation, finality of a VTuber. Yeah, that's the title. That's what the title is. I can give you the title of the thesis. I can't give you the thesis, but I can give you the title. That's the title. There you go. Those are all the keywords. That gets the concept across. That kind of like, it's a bit, it's snappy. It's got a rhythm to it. It's good. It's like it's a solid like 6, maybe 7 out of 10 title. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not as good as of a title, mind you, as the last Librarian of Alexandria though. That's a better title. But that took longer to cook. But anyways, yeah, reflecting on mortality, reflecting on the eventual cessation of one's activity is interesting. and it's a very human and existential experience. And I think that existential lens can really be doesn't have a strictly, you know, totally transitive property, but I think it's something that can be thought of in the realm of VTubing. Productively. Will there be thoughts like that? No, maybe not. Maybe a little bit. I hope that it inspires that. I hope that graduations, the more and more like various VTubers graduate, the more it inspires this type of thought. I think that'd be interesting. How do you feel about your own mortality, Chairman? I feel a little excited. I won't lie. You know, it's weird, but I feel almost giddy. And it will all make sense when it finally happens, or if it does ever happen years from now. What I have planned, or what I have in mind for my own mortality as Charis Euphranor. That's not at all obvious now. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but that's fine. You will in time. It will all make sense. It will all make sense. But I feel giddy almost. Like I feel excited. I feel every day I'm thinking about how it would happen. And how I would go about it. Like there's so much there's so much opportunity, but that has to be preceded by the gloriousness of the death has to be preceded by an equally, if not more glorious life, right? And so until we get to that point, which I'm very excited to, there must first be the continuation. Before we get to the termination of the mortality, one must ponder and consider everything else. That is to say, the life of the mortality. And what, you know, exciting things can happen within that. That, I have no idea. I know how it begins, and I know how it ends, but I don't know what happens in the middle. It's quite strange, and I'm happy to see what happens as it goes about. It's gotta be a 32-hour stream ending with me passing out. Maybe not. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I can't make any promises. I think Chairman should start going to the gym. So we start debating like Plato with his muscles. I don't think Plato debates with his muscles per se. It has been a while since I've been to the gym though. Hopefully I'm not too out of shape. I think I'm fine. I think I'm alright. I should go to the gym now. I should go more often. Alright, okay. No, that's enough thoughts. Chairman, are you thinking of doing a Socrates? Not in the sense of suicide, because that's effectively what that is. Not in the sense of suicide, that's for sure. But in the sense that living that interesting life, yes. In the sense of being so headstrong and stubborn that I'd rather kill myself than conform to what the government is asking me to do. When it comes down to that, probably not. I think my self-preservation is way too strong, personally. I don't stand for truth and all of that as much as Socrates does. Like I'm in that regard, I'm much more morally flexible. You'll see when I eventually get a sponsored stream. You'll see how morally flexible I am. Oh. Do I curse the gods? I'm not quite. Sometimes I lament, but really I make offerings in the hopes of reprieve, that's all. Is it with your final breath that you defy all who may consider you against them? Not quite. I don't have that antagonistic lens. I've always been more of the amicable sort, the getting together, if you'll forgive the naivete, right? I've always been the sort to believe in the getting together and getting along and setting aside our differences type of person. It's worked well for me so far in my 60 years of life, but I won't say that it's the right way to do things. I will say, however, it is like one that is not as common as I'd like to be. Free Raid Shadow Realms bonuses. I would, you know what I would do? I would be down to do a sponsored stream for Raid Shadow Legends. Like I would stream playing Raid Shadow Legends if they paid me a hefty sum of money to. I will do that under the condition that I'm allowed to say what I want to say about it, and I'm not like held too much back by like my thoughts of what's actually going on. But I'll play it. If they're allowing me to say whatever I want to say, I am completely down to be sponsored to play it. That's for sure. I say that, but the sum of money will be so large anyways that I'm going to just end up saying nice things, and then that will kind of perpetuate these negative cycles of sponsorships that content creators receive for mediocre products that just spend all their money on marketing and advertising, because that seems to be the move now in this attention economy. But it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Imagine if oh, I think I aspire to a sort of meta-ironic humor that the advent of a sponsored stream would provide me with the opportunity for. But it is an art in itself, and I think I want to do it just right. Like, it has to work. Like, it's not just something I'm gonna, you know, clock in for. I want it to be really good, but in a way that's good. But it's up to my standards of good, not to the standards of like whatever company party is sponsoring. Number of minutes. Oh goodness, yes, I've been taking a bit too much time. No, I don't want this to be 4 hours. That'd be bad. I think I'm gonna stream now. But yes, I will say, therapy's good. Therapy's interesting. Very heavy. Vampire Therapist is good. It's fun. But it also feels very draining. That's not a fault of the game. I think that's actually to the good of it, to the positive of it, because, you know, real therapy is very draining and exhausting. That's just how it is. And so if they get close to that experience, I think it's good. You know, however close it can be as a vampire simulator where everyone's really fucking crude all the time. And perhaps, you know, in the wake of certain recent events, I maybe needed this therapy after all. To the surprise of me, because I didn't see this coming at all. I didn't see this coming at all. I just thought, I want to play Vampire Survivors, so I'll make the week about therapy. Turns out, what good timing it was for that thing. So I'll consider my mortality. You consider your mortality. You also consider my mortality, to some extent. And one day I will not be here anymore to talk in this, quite in this way, in this appearance, in this form that I partake in. And that's okay, that's fine. Because it will be much, much less important than all of the moments that preceded it, right? That's what gives it the meaning, you know? I defer to Erwin Smith in that scene where he talks about the fallen soldiers and whether or not you would consider their lives meaningless just because they have fallen. What a great scene. God, remember that scene in Attack on Titan? I think it was season 3 part 2, where the person, sorry, where Erwin has to kind of command them to charge against what is likely to be their dooms. And several of the soldiers quiver in fear and ask, you know, well, if we're all gonna die anyways, and isn't it meaningless? And Erwin kind of brings up, well, does that, like, do you mean to say that all those who sacrificed their lives before us led meaningless lives as well? And he goes, he says something, and then the music goes do 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 do, and then then they do the attack on Titan, and then they attack all over the place on the Titan, right? That's what happens. They Titan all over the place. They attack all over the Titans. That's what happens next, right? I'm feeling that a little bit. That's what I'm feeling a little bit. That like that defiance in the face of the mortality of the it's just the inevitable cessation. I feel empowered by it. And it only makes me want to engage in this more, not less. And to do better, not worse. Thank you, Andromahos. Thank you, Sam Wells. Sam Wells is his name, yeah. And thank you, Amelia Watson. A wonderful trio combination today for today's stream. Let's just shout out to those 3 people. 2 of them vampires, 1 of them detective. Goodbye. When are we getting the chance to reading? Good question. Maybe I'll answer that next stream. Yeah, okay, alright. Oh my god, I forgot to mention. Wait, sorry, hold on. Not yet. Sorry, hold on. I forgot to mention schedule going forward. I haven't put one out yet. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, yep. Don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. I will probably be on a bit of a break tomorrow, maybe. And then next week, I'll be streaming. I'm not sure what I'll be streaming, but I know at least 2 of those things are Class of 09 The Flip Side and Bell Hooks. Maybe there's something else too that I will add to it. Maybe I'll continue more Vampire Therapist, or maybe I'll play it off stream by myself. I don't know. You gotta church, understandable. It's the Lord's Day. Charis Euphranor does not go to church. I am, however, partial to certain texts that, you know, may speak of the divine. I'm impartial to it. I'm impartial to texts that refer to the divine. I think it's somewhat useful in understanding philosophy. But, yes, that is the case. I'm streaming Class of 09, the re-up. No, Flip Side, next week. The long-awaited sequel finale to the infamous franchise. That which most of you know me for. And then I'm gonna read Bell Hooks, and then I'm gonna do something else. I don't know what I'll do. I think I'll stream more games. I think there's been a lot. I could benefit to stream more games. The variety is not varied enough, as one might say. And I think there's a good amount of people who just who enjoy the reading streams, but they can be a little, they can be more sparse, there can be less of them. They can be more scarce. I can make my reading streams a bit more scarce and it would be fine. It's not about the quantity of it, shall I say. And I've been leaning into it a bit more because it's easier. It's quite easy. But yeah, Bell Hooks? Yes, exactly, Bell Hooks. Were you religious at any time in your life, Chairman? Very personal question. I, Charis Euphranor, no. I've never been. As far as I'm concerned, I sprang into life and that's how it is. I was created by art team. I was brought to life into these weird twisting labyrinths and halls of the library. And such is the life I live, perhaps existentially so. I'm not unfamiliar with concepts of religion, just as I am not unfamiliar with concepts in ideology and philosophy. But insofar as it is an academic discussion, I will say. Yes, okay. No more questions. Save them for next time. I'm going to leave now. Goodbye. Our team is chairman's creator. We can make a religion out of this. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah, the religion would be found at c.c.mochi on Instagram. That's where the religion is found then, in that case. That's the art team. I'll never stop shilling the art team. I'll never do that. I'll never stop. And look, we did make it to 4 hours, despite my protests against it. Goodness. Maybe that debriefing session was necessary after all. I don't know. An exhausting game. What an exhausting game. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.